Section 60 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, The Christian Renaissance by M.R. James. Part 3. Only the briefest allusion has so far been made to the development of one great department of Christian learning, ecclesiastical history. The men of the 13th and 14th centuries had in their hands not a few of the authorities which we account as of capital importance. They had the history of Eusebius in a Latin version. They had the tripartite history embodying Socrates, Sozomen, and Evagrius. They had Beta, Gregory of Tours, and the Speculum Historiale of Vincent. They had innumerable biographies of saints. In spite of this, it will not be contended that a true and discriminating view of church history, based on the best sources, was a possession of the Middle Ages. It is clear that highly incorrect views were current as to the development of doctrine, ecclesiastical jurisdiction, and liturgical use. This could not fail to be the case when such documents as the false decretals and the donation of Constantine passed as genuine, and on the other hand, when their spuriousness became an accepted fact, a reaction was inevitable. We have seen that the first attacks on them did not come from men who had broken with the Roman Church. It was Lorenzo Valla who exposed the donation of Constantine, and Roman Catholics did not scruple to impugn the decretals. Cusanus rejects the epistles of Clement and Anacletus. Erasmus points out, in a preface to Athanasius, the way in which the letter of Anteros was made up. Naturally, however, the attitude of the evangelical critics towards the credentials of the Latin Church was a far more radical one. Everything in their eyes was corrupt. A return to primitive simplicity was essential, and the width of the chasm which separated the Roman usages of their day from those of the apostolic age could easily be demonstrated by a categorical setting forth of the history and development of those usages from the beginning. With such an object, the great compilation of the Magdeburg Centuriators was begun, and it has some claim to be looked upon as the first church history compiled on critical principles. It was, of course, a Tendenschrift. Nothing else was possible. Nevertheless, it brought together and laid before the world, for the first time, an enormous amount of information either dispersed or unknown before. A committee whose composition varied from time to time was responsible for the work. The period dealt with was divided into centuries, and the events, literature, doctrine, and other characteristics of each century were separately treated according to a regular plan. The 12th century was the last that was reached. The moving spirit of the committee was Matthias Flacius Illyricus, who had already made himself a name as a controversialist on the Protestant side. His Claves Sacrae Scripturae sums up the exegetical knowledge of his day. His book on the testimony of earlier ages against the papacy, Catalogus Testium Veritatis, gives proof of an enormous range of reading, and among our smaller debts to him may be reckoned the fact that he collected and printed as a supplement to that work a large mass of medieval Latin poetry, largely from a manuscript of English origin. Whatever the merits or demerits of the Magdeburg history may have been, it speedily became a famous and influential book. So famous and so influential indeed that those whose position it attacked were compelled to issue a counterblast. A worthy champion was found in Cesare Baronio, cardinal of the title of Saints Nereus and Achillas. The 12 volumes of his Annales Ecclesiastici, published between 1588 and 1607, cover the same period as the work of the Centuriators. The stores of the Vatican, of which after 1596 he was librarian, furnished an unrivaled stock of material, and his own previous studies, of which some fruit had already been seen in his edition of the Roman Martyrology, enabled him to use this material to advantage. That Baronius, like the Centuriators, was a partisan needs hardly to be said. His accuracy and critical instinct, moreover, leave much to be desired. Still, his erudition was enormous, his services to learning great, and his love of antiquity genuine and fervent. An eloquent witness of this love is the appeal to posterity inscribed in the cardinal's own titular church, whose ancient arrangements he had himself restored, preserving with a reverence uncommon in his day all that he could find of its original furniture. A brief parenthesis may be allowed at this point on the application of the science of archaeology to things Christian. For more than a century had the remains of classical art and architecture been studied and treasured before it occurred to scholars that the Church possessed antiquities which merited consideration. Probably the first book entirely devoted to the consideration of Christian monuments was that of Onofrio Panfinio, on the older Roman basilicas, published in 1554. Rome was thus the parent of Christian as of classical archaeology. In 1578 the reopening of the catacombs began, and the discoveries of ancient paintings and inscriptions excited a keen interest, though it was not until 1632 that the first great work on Roma Sotterranea, that of Bosio, saw the light. The study was carried on and developed during the 17th century chiefly by Italians. It is probably fair to say that no work of real importance in this department was done outside Italy before 1700. To return to the wider field of church history, in this the Centuriators and Baronius may be regarded as pioneers. Theirs were, of course, not the only works of the kind that appeared, but they deserve special prominence in view of their large design and the extent of the new ground they broke. We ought to glance briefly at the progress made in two subdivisions of this great subject. One is the study of the lives of the saints. Most people have some idea of the character of the popular medieval collection of such lives. The Legenda Aurea of Jacobus de Voragine was of all the most widely diffused both in manuscript and print, and it was one which made no pretensions either to completeness or critical selection. The latter collections, that of Mombritius, for example, or the Cataloga Sanctorum, were of the same character, though of larger compass. Criticism of these ancient documents other than stricture could not well be expected from the Protestant side, save perhaps in the case of the Acts of some of the earliest martyrs. The first man who attempted seriously the task of collecting the best accessible texts of the lives of the saints was probably Aloysius Lippomanus, who was assisted by such scholars as Gentianus Hervetus and Cardinal Cerleto. His copious employment of Greek authorities is a principal mark of his superiority to his predecessors. His collection filled 8 volumes, and was a worthy beginning of the work which in later centuries was continued by Bolland, Paperoche, Sorius, Runhart, and a host of others. The other department of church history of which it was our intention to speak was the bibliography of Christian literature. Jerome had set the fashion of compiling notices of Christian writers and their works. Gennadius had supplemented his book, and the tracts of both had been widely read. The Middle Ages had, as we have seen, done something towards continuing the tradition in such works as the Catalogus Scriptorum of John Boston. It was natural that it should occur to the men of the Renaissance period to take stock of the mass of writings newly brought to light, and very useful work was done by several in classifying and cataloguing the writers of all ages up to their own. Johann Trithemius, Trittenheim, abbot of Speinheim, wrote a catalogue of church writers about 1492. In 1545, Conrad Gesner printed his Bibliotheca, a far larger book, not confined to ecclesiastical authors. The Bibliotheca Sancta of Sixtus of Siena, 1586, is rather an encyclopedia of literature connected with the Bible. All 3 books are interesting and remarkable achievements. That of Trithemius is a guide, not always a safe one, to the literary possessions of dying medievalism. He knows less accurately than Gesner what books actually exist and are accessible, but he is invaluable in marking a stage in the period of rediscovery and revival. It is most interesting to compare his list of authors with that derivable from the more scientific Gesner. Sixtus of Siena's book, lastly, is still valuable, not only because it presents us with a comprehensive view of the standard of biblical and patristic knowledge at a certain period, but because the author apparently had access to documents of early date which have since disappeared. The greatest man who continued the work of Trithemius during the 16th century was no doubt Cardinal Bellarmine. His book on ecclesiastical writers, produced during his early years, gives evidence of his great power, and in particular of his critical ability. But though it may be intrinsically better than the works of Trithemius or Gesner, it does not occupy so important a place in the history of this special form of literature. Of more enduring value were the bibliographies devoted to particular countries, notably that of Bale, in which are embodied his own collections and those of Leland. It gives a really amazing conspectus of the literary history of medieval England. The progress of the formation of libraries, which we traced roughly during the period preceding the invention of printing, demands our attention again in the earlier part of the 16th century. There is no need to dwell at length upon the obvious fact that the possession of a library of reasonable extent was now within the power of nearly all students. In the 14th century, a man might be proud of owning 30 manuscripts. He could now, for the same money, purchase 100 or 200 printed books. Most prominent scholars possessed in addition a certain number of manuscripts, but these were in most cases late in date, and in proportion as the critical sense was developed, the productions of the 15th century scribes lost their values as compared with the correct and beautiful texts issued by Aldo or Froben, and supervised by Erasmus or Betius Renanus. Still, a long time must needs elapse before complete editions of the greater Greek fathers, Chrysostom, say, or Basil, could be produced, and for the purposes of studying these unprinted texts, manuscripts were still indispensable. Nay, they continued to be multiplied. This was especially the case with Greek texts. Numberless are the 16th century manuscripts of Greek authors, pagan and Christian alike. The relics of Grocyn's library at Corpus Christi College, Oxford, afford a ready instance, or the books given by Cardinal Pole to New College. A glance at the catalogue of the Greek manuscripts at Paris is yet more instructive in this respect. Veresimus, Darmarius, Valeriano of Forli, and a score of others were gaining great names as copyists in the service of princes, secular and ecclesiastical. Every noble and every prelate was in honor bound to be the owner of as brilliant a collection as he could. In these libraries the Greek classics were doubtless more prominent and more valued than the Greek fathers. Yet these latter held their place also, especially on the shelves of the princes of the Church. In England, for example, Warham, Pole, and Cranmer had no inconsiderable stores of such books, and there is no lack of similar instances on the Continent. Representative examples of the libraries of individual scholars of humbler position can also be cited. We have the catalogue of the books possessed by Grocyn at his death, and the library of Beatus Rhianus forms the nucleus of the town library of Schlettstadt. We have spoken incidentally of the work done by such men as Erasmus in the publication of patristic texts. Before we close this imperfect survey of the moment which we have called the Christian Renaissance, it will be right to ask what progress was made during the 16th century in the task of bringing together the literature of the early Christian centuries and making it accessible in print. It appears to us that the most effective way of answering this question will be to review the actual work done in certain selected instances, and we shall not shrink from entering upon bibliographical detail to a somewhat larger extent than we have hitherto done. Our survey will naturally not be complete. Its aim will be to give an idea of the activity of those engaged, and to show in what quarters this activity was specially noticeable. It will be convenient to adopt an order mainly depending on the dates, supposed or real, of the writings concerned. A place apart may be assigned to the two great Jewish writers of the first century whose works have had so potent an influence on Christian learning, to wit Philo and Josephus. A tract by Philo, in a Latin version, was first printed at Paris in 1520 by Augustino Giustiniani. A further installment, likewise in Latin, appeared at Basel in 1527. One of the Philonian writings in this volume, a fabulous chronicle of biblical events from Adam to Saul, in spite of its remarkably sensational contents, and of the fact that it was reprinted at least thrice during the century, this early apocryphon suffered the singular fate of being absolutely forgotten until a year or two ago, when attention was called to it once more. Not until 1552 did any of Philo's works appear in Greek. It was Adrian Turnebay who produced the first collection. John Christopherson, afterwards Bishop of Chichester, Sigismund Galenius, Frederick Morel, and David Hochschild were the scholars who contributed most to the publication and elucidation of this author during the second half of the century, but no great collective edition of his works was brought out before the 17th century. Josephus, as we have seen, was known during the medieval period through the medium of ancient Latin versions. As late as the year 1524, indeed, doubts were expressed by scholars as to whether the Greek originals of his writings were still in existence. Many editions in Latin were produced from about 1470 until 1544. One of these, that of Basel, 1537, had been superintended by Erasmus. In 1544, the first Greek Josephus appeared, also at Basel, and from Frobin's press. The text was supplied mainly by a manuscript, then the property of Diego Hurtado Mendoza, which with other of his books found a home in the Escurial. An Orleans edition, printed in 1591 by de la Rovière, also gave the Greek text. Exactly a century later, Thomas Ittig superintended a Leipzig edition, and Edward Bernard issued a portion of one at Oxford. We may next say something of the apocryphal literature, and in so doing we will confine ourselves to that connected with the New Testament. The Old Testament pseudo-epigrapha, other than those which were circulated with the Vulgate or the Septuagint, the fourth book of Esdras, for example, or the prayer of Manasses, were almost wholly unknown during our period. Of the one really important exception, the testaments of the 12 patriarchs, we have already spoken. On the other hand, there were spurious Gospels, epistles, and Acts of Apostles, which continued to influence popular imagination and sacred art, both in East and West. The Gospel of Nicodemus, so called, the letters of Paul and Seneca, the correspondence of our Lord with Abgarus of Edessa, had never been forgotten. Narratives of the infancy of the Virgin and of Christ enjoyed a certain repute, and the fabulous passions of the apostles were taken seriously by the mass of readers. The first document of this class, which had been previously unknown to the West, was the important so-called Proto-Evangelium. This had been brought from the East by Guillaume Postel, who insisted that it was a genuine work of James, the brother of the Lord, and contained authentic history. For these assertions he was soundly castigated by Henri Estienne, who seems to have suspected wrongly that Postel himself was the author. The book was printed in Latin in 1552 and in Greek in 1563 by Michael Neander in the first collection ever made of Christian apocrypha. Grynaeus' Orthodoxographa of 1569 and Glazer's Apocrypha of 1614 are the only subsequent collections of texts which deserve mention before 1703. In that year appeared the Codex Apocryphus of John Albert Fabricius, eclipsing all previous attempts and still an indispensable authority on the subject of the spurious Christian literature. The next group of writings to be considered are those conventionally classed as the Apostolic Fathers, that is, the epistles of Barnabas, Clement, Ignatius, and Polycarp, and the Shepherd of Hermas. Occupying a place midway between them and the apocryphal literature are the pseudo-Clementine recognitions and homilies, the apostolic constitutions, and the liturgies current under the name of various apostles. We will notice them in order. It was long before the two first-named authors made their appearance at all, Barnabas at Paris in 1645, in a posthumous publication of Hugues Menard, superintended by Dacquery, Clement in 1633 at Oxford, edited by Patrick Young. The letters of Ignatius, extant, as is well known, in two recensions, when copiously interpolated, were known in Latin versions in medieval times, and the letter of Polycarp was preserved with them. The longer Latin version was first printed at Paris in 1498, along with the pseudo-Dionysian works. The editor was Jacques Lefebvre d'Etable. They did not appear in Greek until 1557, when Valentine Frid Paisius edited them at Dillingen. About a century later, in 1644, the first great critical exposition of the vexed Ignatian question was made by Archbishop Usher. The bulky allegory called the Shepherd of Hermas was current, like the last-named documents, in Latin versions. The Greek original, indeed, was only discovered in the middle of the 19th century. The Latin appeared first in 1513 at Paris. Lefebvre Taple was in this instance again the editor. He rather obscured the true character of his text by discarding its old name of Pastor and substituting one apparently of his own devising, Liber Trium Virorum et Trium Spiritualium Virginum. Last come the important pseudomonous works associated with the name of Clement of Rome, the two romances called the Recognitions and the Homilies of Clement, and the Manual of Ecclesiastical Uses, known as the Apostolic Constitutions. The first of these had been early popularized in the Latin version of Rufinus, in which form alone it has survived complete. Le Frère Taples printed it first at Paris in 1504. The Homilies, which we have only in Greek, were not given to the world until 1672. Bovius and Toranius, in 1563, produced editions of the Constitutions, the former in Latin, the latter in the original Greek. The whole series of documents which we have been describing was brought together and edited into a masterly manner by J.P. Cotelier of Paris in 1672. The Greek apologists form a convenient class, and we may survey their destinies next. The only one who was introduced to the West in the 15th century was one of the obscurest, Athenagoras. Large portions of his book on the resurrection were rendered into Latin by Ficino and also by G. Valla, and printed in 1488. The Greek appeared in 1541. The Apology was edited by Gesner at Zurich and by Robert Estienne at Paris in 1557. The first portion of Justin Martyr's works that saw the light was the Address to the Greeks, printed in the Latin version of Pico della Mirandola in 1507. In 1551, Robert Estienne brought out a corpus of this writer's works, genuine and spurious, which for most of them, notably the two Apologies and the dialogue with Tripto, was the Editio Princeps. Tatian and Theophilus first appeared at Zurich in 1546, the unimportant tract of Hermias in 1553 at Basel. The editor of the first two was Gesner, of the third Raphael Saylor. All the extant works of Clement of Alexandria, with a few unimportant exceptions, were placed in the hands of scholars together, in the Florentine edition of 1550, superintended by Pietro Vittorio, but the best work done on the text of this father was that of Friedrich Silberg, who brought out his writings at Heidelberg in 1592. The printer was Colleen. The first 9 editions of Irenaeus, ranging in date from 1526 to 1567, all give a text constructed by Erasmus and improved to a certain extent by him in those which were published during his lifetime. The Erasmian text, however, never attained a very high pitch of excellence. A step forward was taken by Gelasius, who brought out an Irenaeus at Geneva in 1570, and more decided progress by Fouardent of Paris, whose best edition was printed at Cologne in 1596. Nothing of any great importance was done for the elucidation of this writer before the publications of Grabe's great work at Oxford in 1702. The works of Origen, largely preserved in old Latin versions, were never wholly unrepresented in Western libraries. It is a curious fact that, in spite of the deep interest which this great thinker excited in the minds of men like Erasmus, no portion of his writings appeared in the original Greek during the 16th century. As early as 1475, some homilies were printed in Latin, and the books against Celsus also in Latin in 1481. A collective edition in the same language was brought out by Merlin at Paris in 1512. Erasmus was engaged on another when he died in 1536, and Beatus Reninas completed it in that year. Genebrard, Archbishop of Aix, produced a third in 1574. The first attempt at a complete edition in Greek and Latin was that of Peter Daniel Hewitt, afterwards Bishop of Avranches, which appeared at Rouen in 1668. It included only the exegetical works and was never completed. Herbert Thorndike of Trinity College, Cambridge, had made large preparations about the same time as Hewitt for a collective edition, no part of which was printed. His manuscripts, among which is the unique copy of the important treatise on prayer, are preserved in the library of his college. The first editor of one of the longer treatises in Greek was David Hochschild, who published the books against Celsus in 1605. We have no right to inflict a complete patristic bibliography on our readers. One more Greek father only shall be mentioned, namely Eusebius of Caesarea. His Preparatorio Evangelica has been mentioned more than once in the body of this chapter. George of Trebizond's Latin version of it, faulty as it was printed again and again before 1500. The Greek text appeared at Paris in 1544 from the press of Robert Estienne. The same indefatigable worker brought out in the same year the history of Eusebius in Greek for the first time, along with the later Greek ecclesiastical historians. In Latin, the history had long been current, and the 16th century had seen at least 2 fresh Latin versions, made by Wolfgang Musculus and by Christopherson. It was reserved for Valesius Valois in 1659 to produce the first really great illustrative edition of this priceless record of Christian origins. The Latin fathers demand a briefer treatment than those of the Greek Church. A good deal has been said already as to the reappearance of those authors who had been forgotten, and as to the labors of scholars upon the text of some who had always been studied. We may therefore in this place confine ourselves to a select few of the earlier Latin writers. The Apology of Tertullian was printed in 1483, but the first edition of any considerable part of his works was supervised by Beatus Reninas in 1521. Gagnaeus of Paris added some 11 tracts to those previously known in 1545, and Sigismund Gelenius improved the text. By 1625 the whole of the writings we possess had appeared in print, and the editions were numerous. Those of Rigaud, of which the first appeared in 1633, did most for the text of this earliest of the great Christian Latinists. Rigaud had access to all the principal manuscripts, whether preserved in France, as those of Piotr and Dupuy, with the famous Agobartian Codex in Germany, as that of Fulda, or in Italy as that of Fulvio Orsini. Cyprian, in a gravely interpolated text, was read throughout the medieval period, and 5 editions of his works appeared between 1471 and 1500. He was one of the host of writers who profited by the scholarship of Erasmus, and the first Basel edition was out in 1520 and was often reprinted. Latino Latini undertook to edit the works, but was prevented from completing them. The results of his labors, taken up by others, saw the light in 1563 at Rome. The same decade witnessed the appearance of Morel's Paris edition, 1564, and of that of J. de Palmel, Antwerp, 1568. The former is said to have improved the text, the latter to have corrupted it by the use of interpolated manuscripts. An epoch-making edition was that of Nicholas Rigaud in 1648. The Latin apologists alone remain to be discussed. Lactantius, first printed in 1465, was one of those writers who appealed most strongly to the humanists, and the number of reprints of his works, belonging to the 15th and 16th centuries, is correspondingly great. The first critical edition worth mentioning is probably that of Basel, 1563, with the commentary of Istas Betuleias. Arnobius and Minucius Felix go together. The only 2 manuscripts of their writings which we possess have handed down the Octavius of the latter, as if it were part of the Disputationes of the former, and the 2 editions appeared before the mistake was detected. The first was that of Faustus Sabaeus of Bracic, Rome, 1543, librarian of the Vatican, to whom our oldest manuscript, now at Paris, belonged, Sigismund Gelenius 3 years later at Basel. Of the great post-Nicene fathers, Eastern or Western, we have decided not to speak in this place. It has already been said that they attracted attention from the first moment of revival, and though much notable work was done in collecting and publishing the writings during the 16th century, a review of that work would swell the present chapter to an undue size. We prefer to notice the rise of those great collections of the minor Christian writings, which are generically known as the Bibliothecae Patrum. It was the chief merit of these that they brought together and put into the hands of a large circle a number of brief tracts of the most diverse ages, which ran the risk either of passing unnoticed or dropping out of existence altogether. That the texts of the works thus published were uniformly good, we neither expect nor find, but of their extreme value to the men of their time there can be no doubt. Even now they are the best available authorities for a good many writings. The series is headed by a publication of Siscard of Basel, 1528, called Antidotum contra diversas heresias. It contains treatises by 20 authors, the earliest of whom is Justin Martyr. The Micropresbyticon of 1550, also a Basel book, numbers 32 writers. Aristeas, the fabulous chronicle of Philo, and the letters of Ignatius and Polycarp are among its contents. 5 years later appeared the Orthodoxographa, edited by Harold, with 76 headings. The collection of Grenäus, issued with the same title in 1569, includes 85. The printer of these four was Henricus Petri. Basel then began the work with credit. Zurich produced somewhat similar publications between 1546 and 1572, under the auspices of Conrad Gessner and Simler. But the productions of the two Swiss cities were surpassed, if not superseded, by the issue in 1575 of the first edition of the Paris Bibliotheca Veterum Patrum. Its editor was Margarine de la Biege, and the collection appeared in 8 sections or classes arranged according to the character of the writings in each. In the first, for example, were epistles; in the 6th, commentaries, and so forth. A supplementary volume was issued in 1579. Something over 220 writers of all ages, from the 1st to the 16th century, are represented altogether, and the whole work is in Latin. It was dedicated to Gregory XIII. In 1589 came a second edition, in 9 volumes, increased by the addition of a good many treatises, but marked also by the omission of several which had called forth the censure of the authorities. Among these were the works of Nicolas de Clamange, whose animadversions on ecclesiastical matters had seemed to surpass the bounds of fair criticism. So dangerous, indeed, did the collection appear to some minds, that the Jesuit Possevin declared that it is impossible, salva conscientia, to keep either of the first 2 editions of the Bibliotheca on one's shelves, and more than one detailed censure of the book was issued. In the editions of 1610 and later, efforts were made to remedy the faults that had been noted, and in 1624 appeared the first of a series of publications in which the Greek texts of some of the authors, hitherto only published in Latin, were given. This first octarium was edited by the Jesuit Fronton de Luc Duquesas. The final and largest form of de la Bing's Bibliothèque was issued in 1644, in 17 volumes. It contained writings of about 200 additional authors. A rival to the Paris Bibliotheca soon appeared in the shape of the Magna Bibliotheca of Cologne. The first 14 tomes, with preface by Allard Weil, were published in 1618, a 15th by Andreas Schott in 1622. Their appearance provoked the publication of an octarium to the Paris collection by Gilles Morel at Paris in 1639. A noticeable point about the Cologne Bibliotheca is that its contents are digested in chronological order, each volume comprising the writers of a century. Similar arrangements were adopted in most of the subsequent bibliothecae. Cologne did not continue the rivalry, and the last work of the 17th century in this department was again the product of a French press. It was the Maxima Bibliotheca, issued at Lyon in 1677 in 27 parts. The next century witnessed the appearance of a still more comprehensive corpus of patristic literature in the shape of Galandi's Bibliotheca, Venice, 1766, but the publication of Mean's enormous patrology, never likely to be surpassed in extent, in the middle of the 19th century has largely superseded the earlier collections which we have been reviewing. Let us attempt in a few closing paragraphs to sum up the results of an investigation which has covered, however incompletely, a wide range both in space and in time. We have seen reason to place the first symptoms of a revival of Christian learning as far back as the 13th century, and to connect the beginnings of the movement with England. In the 14th century, the scene of activity has shifted to Italy, where the impulse given to classical studies reacts upon theology. Not until late in the 15th century are the effects of this awakening visible to much purpose in France or in Germany, in the Low Countries or in Switzerland, but throughout the succeeding centuries, these countries continue to produce indefatigable workers and noble monuments of learning, while Italy, and more evidently Spain, gradually lose the predominance they had once held. The rapidity with which the light spread in Germany has been the subject of comment already. France's achievements are not less noteworthy. Lefray Tables, Michel Fatable, the Hebraist, Gentian, Hervet, the translator, the Etiens, who cover the whole field of Greek and Latin literature, de la Baigne, Rigaud, Bekere, Fontaine-le-Duc, Combeferre, all strenuous workers in the patristic and medieval departments. These form an imposing list, and one that might be largely increased without difficulty. Nor does the succession of scholars cease with them. It continues throughout the 17th century, and culminates in the noble erudition of the Congregation of St. Maur. It is dangerous to attempt to characterize the work of whole centuries in single phrases, but there are cases, and this seems to be one of them, where the progress of a movement can be marked out with approximate accuracy, and its stages defined in such a way. The 3 centuries from the 15th to the 17th, with which we have been principally occupied, had each its special form of contribution to the movement which we have called the Christian Renaissance. The 15th century was the age of collection. The documents were brought together and the great libraries formed. The 16th century was the age of publication. What had been recovered was given to the world by the great scholar printers. And the 17th century was the age of criticism. With the documents now before them, men settled themselves down to the improvement of texts and the elucidation of subject matter to an extent which had been impossible for their predecessors. The names of Nicoli and Poggio, of Erasmus and de la Baigne, of Usher, of Valois, give a fair indication of the several activities which seem to us to have characterized the periods we have passed under review. End of section 60.
Section 61 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Catholic Europe, by the Reverend William Barry, Part 1. So far back as the Council of Vienne in 1311, William Durandus, nephew of the resolute doctor, when commissioned by Clement V to advise him on the method of holding that assembly, had answered in a volume which we may still consult that, quote, "the Church ought to be reformed in head and members." End quote. The phrase was caught up, was echoed during the Great Schism at Pisa 1409, in the stormy sessions of Constance 1414–18, at Basel 1431–49, and to the very end of the 15th century. It became a watchword, not only in the manifestos of French or German princes at issue with the Apostolic See, but on the lips of popes themselves and in official documents. But though searching and sweeping, the formula had its limits. Reformation was conceivable of persons, institutions, and laws. It could not, on Catholic principles, be admitted within the sphere of dogma or identified with revelation. It must leave untouched the root idea of medieval Christendom that the priesthood possessed a divine power in the Mass and in the sacraments, conferred by the episcopal laying on of hands. It affected nothing beyond discipline or practice, and only that portion of the canon law might be revised which was not implicitly contained in the Bible or in the unanimous teaching of the Fathers as expounded by the Church. Fox of Winchester, writing to Wolsey in 1520, well defined the scope of amendment. He had found, he says, that everything belonging to the primitive integrity of the clergy, and especially to the monastic state, was perverted either by dispensations or corruptions, or else had become obsolete from age or depraved by the iniquity of the times. Thus, even Alexander VI, startled into momentary penitence by the murder of his son, the Duke of Gandia, appointed a committee of cardinals in 1497 to draw up a scheme for the reformation of morals which, he declared, must begin with the Roman Curia. The mere summary of abuses to be corrected, or of better dispositions to be taken, in the government of the Church, extends to 128 heads, as set forth in the papal letters beginning, "In apostolica sede specula." Julius II, addressing the Fifth Lateran Council, 1512, reckons among its chief objects ecclesiastical reform. Before its opening, he had named a commission which was to set in order the officials of his court. Leo X, in 1513, accepted the rules which had been laid down by these cardinals with a view to redressing the grievances of which complaint was made, and published them during the 8th session of Lateran as his own. Nevertheless, not until the Fathers at Trent had brought their labors, 1545 to 64, to an end, did the new discipline, promulgated by them in 25 sessions, and explicitly termed a Reformation, take effect in the Roman Church. By that time, the northern peoples had fallen away. Christendom was rent into many pieces, and the hierarchy, the religious orders, and the Mass had been abolished wherever Lutherans or Calvinists prevailed. It does not enter into the scope of the present chapter to enlarge upon a subject treated elsewhere in this volume, the causes which led up to the Protestant Reformation. But, as was made clear by the rise of the Jesuits, the decrees of Trent, the acts and virtues of a multitude of saints, the renewed austerity of the papal court, and the successful resistance to a further advance on the part of Lutheranism in Germany, and of Calvinism in France and the Belgic provinces, there also existed a Catholic Reformation within the Church, not tinged with heresy, but founded on a deeper apprehension of the dogmas in dispute, and on a passionate desire for their triumph. In one sense, this great movement might be described as a reaction, since it aimed at bringing back the past. In another, it was merely a development of principles, or a more effectual realization of them, whose beginnings are discernible long before Trent. Thus we may regard the 15th century as above all an era of transition. It exhibits violent contrasts, especially among the high clergy and in religious associations, between a piety which was fruitful in good works and a worldliness which has never been surpassed. Corruption on a scale so wide as, in the opinion of many, to justify revolt from pope and bishops, was matched by remarkable earnestness in preaching necessary reforms, by devotion to learning in the service of religion, by an extraordinary flow of beneficence, attested by the establishment of schools, hospitals, brotherhoods, guilds, and asylums for the destitute, no less than by magnificent churches, unrivaled paintings and multiplied festivals, and by the new shrines, pilgrimages, miracle plays, and popular gatherings for the celebration of such events as the Jubilees of 1475 and 1500, which fling over the whole period an air of gaiety and suggest that life in the days of the Renaissance was often a public masquerade. Catholic tradition, in the shape of an all-pervading and long-established church, towered high above the nations. It was embodied in a vast edifice of laws. It kept its jurisdiction intact, its clergy exempt, and held its own courts all over Christendom. It owned from a fifth to a third of the soil in Mortmain. It had revenues far exceeding the resources of kings, to which it was continually adding by fresh taxation. It offered enormous prizes to the well-born in its bishoprics, abbacies, and cathedral chapters, which carried with them feudal dominion over lands, serfs, and tribute-yielding cities. It opened a career to clever, ambitious lads of the middle and lower class. Within its cloisters, women might study as well as pray, and rule their own estates, wielding the crozier and equaling prelates in dignity and power. The Church, too, maintained her preeminence, though shaken once and again, in the old universities, at Paris, Oxford, and Bologna, while founding new seats of learning at Louvain, 1426, or along the Rhine, as far east as Ingolstadt, 1472, or even Frankfurt on the Oder, 1506, and as far south as Alcalá, 1499. Her authority was still strong enough to put down the Hussites for a time, though not without conceding to them points of discipline. It showed no dismay at the light which was dawning in humanism, and it gave back to ruined and desolate Rome the Augustan glory of a capital in which letters, arts, manners attained to a fullness of life and splendor of expression such as had not been witnessed in Europe since the fall of the Empire. From the days of Nicholas V down to those of Leo X, Rome was the world's center. The popes held in their hands the key of religion. They aspired to possess the key of knowledge. Along every line of enterprise and from every point of the compass except one, they were visible. They would not dedicate themselves to the long-sought Reformation in head and members, although they allowed its necessity again and again in the most emphatic terms. The plans which were laid before them by ardent churchmen like Cesarini we shall consider as we proceed, but they declined to take those measures without which no lasting improvement of the Curia was to be anticipated. They were loath to summon a representative council. They refused to cross the Alps and meet the German people, or to listen when it drew up its grievances in formal array. Had the Fifth of Lateran fulfilled its task, instead of leaving it to the Council of Trent half a century later, the Diet of Worms might have never met, and Luther would perhaps have lingered out his years in a cell at Wittenberg. Two series of considerations may explain why the papacy shrank from calling a fresh parliament of Western prelates and sovereigns, and why it relegated these questions of discipline to a secondary place. One was that the Holy See felt itself engaged in the necessary and therefore just enterprise of recovering its temporal independence, shattered since the migration to Avignon. That plea has been urged on behalf of Sixtus IV and still more of Julius II. The other was that it had not long emerged from a period of revolution. In Rome, the Church had been constantly regarded as a monarchy with the Pope at its head. He was the supreme judge of spiritual causes, from whom there could be no appeal. But in the fourth and fifth sessions of Constance, 1415, another view had prevailed, a view unknown to earlier ages and impossible to carry out in practice, that of the superiority to the Pope of the Church in council assembled. This doctrine, put forward by Cardinal d'Ailly, by Gerson, and by the followers of William Ockham, might be welcome to lawyers, but it had no roots among the people. It had never flourished in the schools deemed orthodox, and it irritated as much as it alarmed the pontiff. At Basel it led to repeated and flagrant violations of the ancient canons. During the 18 years of its existence, 1431 to 49, this convention had deposed one pope, Eugenius IV, elected by lawful scrutiny. It had chosen another, Felix V, Duke of Savoy, who was hardly recognized beyond the valley of the Rhone. It had compelled bishops to sit and vote, not only with simple priests but with laymen, on questions which concerned the Catholic faith. It had submitted to the feeble Emperor Sigismund. Its president was d'Allemagne, the Cardinal of Avignon, an ominous title, and for 10 years it sat in permanent schism. Professing to do away with abuses, it enacted them once more in the shape of commendam, annates, and pluralities. When the large-minded reformers, Cardinal Julian Cesarini and Nicholas of Cusa, forsook its tumultuous sittings, when Aeneas Sylvius, that politic man of letters, looked round for a wealthier patron and joined himself to Eugenius, and when the German prelates could no longer hold it up as a shield against the strokes of the curia, the council came to an end, and with it all hopes of reform on the parliamentary system. Felix V, last of the anti-popes, laid down the keys and the tiara, April 1449, in the house called La Grotte at Lausanne, under the roof of which Gibbon was afterwards to complete his History of the Decline and Fall. Henceforth it was evident that the spiritual restoration of Christendom would come, if ever it came, from the zeal of individuals. For the council had failed. No pope would risk his supreme authority by a repetition of Basel, and the rules of the Roman chancery, which Martin V had confirmed, were, as a matter of course, approved by his successors. Private effort could do much, so long as it refrained from calling dogma in question or resisting the legal claims of pope and bishops, but the creed was not in danger. So far as we can judge from the local councils and the literature of the years before us, in no part of Europe did men at this time cast away their inherited beliefs, with the exception of a humanist here and there, like Pomponazzo at Rome, and even these kept their denials to themselves, or acquiesced in the common practices of religion. In 1466, groups of the Fraticelli were discovered and put down by Pius II at Poli, near Palestrina. In the same year, a German sect, of which the chiefs were brothers Jenko and Levin von Würzburg, was denounced to Henry, Bishop of Ratisbon, by the papal legate. The Fraticelli appeared again in 1471 on the coast of Tuscany, and notices are extant of heretics in the diocese of Reims and at Bologna. The Maraños, or crypto-Jews, in Spain deserve separate consideration. Nor did the Waldensians ever cease to exist in Italy. But obstinate unbelief was rare. Even a reprobate like Sigismondo Malatesta, the monstrous tyrant of Rimini, would not die without the last sacraments. Machiavelli, who writes as if the Christian faith were an exploded superstition, had a priest with him when he expired. Of Caterina Sforza, whose crimes and profligacies were notorious, it is on record that while she sinned, she endowed convents and built churches. Other examples of repentant humanists are Giovanni Pontano and Antonio Galatea. Among Germans who, after quarreling with the papal authorities or questioning articles of the creed, came back to offer their submission, may be remarked Gregor Heimburg, and in the next generation, Conrad Mutianus of Erfurt. It has been stated elsewhere that the famous Wessel spent his last days in the cloister of the Agnettenburg. Revolt, followed by repentance, was a common feature in the Italian genius. But indeed, the rules of the Inquisition, which allowed of easy retractation, imply that few heretics would persist in their opinion after once being called to account. During the 90 years with which we are concerned, No popular uprising against the authorities of the Church on purely dogmatic grounds is recorded to have taken place anywhere outside Bohemia. Intolerance was not a characteristic feature of an age abounding in hope, dazzled with discoveries and inventions, and far from ascetic in its habits of life, its outdoor spectacles, its architecture, painting, music, and popular diversions. The later 15th century was eclectic rather than critical. At Rome itself, an incredible liberty of discussion was allowed under all the popes of the Renaissance. And though Paul II dealt severely with Platina and the Roman academicians whom he accused of unbelief, his motives seem to have been personal or political rather than religious. Philosophy, too, was undergoing a serious change. Plato had supplanted Aristotle in his influence over men's minds, and the high doctors of the school, Aquinas, Bonaventura, and Scotus, had lost no little of their power since Occam brought into repute his logic of skepticism, which fixed between religion and metaphysics an impassable gulf where every human system disappeared in the void. It is not therefore without significance that the chief reformer of the age, Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, exhibits in his action and writings not only the pious enthusiasm which he learned from the brethren of the common life, but a passion for every kind of knowledge, or that his method of apologetics sought in every form of religion its affinities with the Christian, as we learn from his Dialogue of Peace or the Concord of Faith. His speculations, afterwards used or abused by Giordano Bruno in building up a system of pantheism, cannot be drawn out here. Nicholas Krebs was the son of a fisherman, born probably in 1401, at Cues on the Moselle. He belonged to that Low Dutch race, first cousins, so to speak, of the English, which has done such notable things for science, religion, and government by its tenacious grasp of realities, its silent thought and moderation of speech, its energetic action that scorns the trammels of paper logic. Dwelling along the rivers of Germany and on the edge of the North Sea, this trading people had amassed riches, cultivated a fine art of its own which vies with the Italian, created a network of municipal liberties, and lived a deep religious life, sometimes haunted by visions, which might be open to the suspicion of unsoundness when the formal inquisitor from Cologne looked into it with his spying glass. Yet no one has ventured to brand with that suspicion Thomas à Kempis. From this Low Dutch people we have received the Imitation of Christ. When a Catholic Reformation is spoken of, that little volume, all gold and light, will furnish its leaders with a standard not only of spiritual illumination, but of piety towards the sacrament of the altar, which took for granted the whole Catholic system. Since it was finally given to the world in 1441, it has been the recognized guide of every generation in the Western Church. But with its author we must associate Cusanus and Erasmus, both of the same stock. These three fill the spaces of transition between the decadent luxury of Avignon and the stern reaction which followed hard upon Trent. By their side appears Cardinal Ximenes, who attempted among Spaniards the same work of renovation that Cusanus set on foot among Germans and Netherlanders. To the Imitation corresponds, almost as an art to its theory, the spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius Loyola. And if Erasmus left no successor equal to himself, he trained a host of disciples or plagiarists in the company of Jesus, where his memory has always evoked a fierce antagonism, and his writings have been put to the ban. Spain and the Netherlands thus became rival centers in a movement which was profoundly Catholic. It sprang up in northern Europe under the influence of the Dominican friars. South of the Pyrenees, it was due to the Benedictines and Franciscans. A third element derived from the writings of St. Augustine, and the rule, called after his name, is more difficult to estimate. St. Augustine had ever been the chief Western authority in the schools as in the councils. He, though no infallible teacher, formed the intellect of medieval Europe. But the Cathari, or Waldensians, were fond of quoting him as the patron of their anti-sacerdotal principles, and in the vehement polemics of Luther he is set up against Aquinas. From Deventer, then, we may trace the origin of a reforming tendency which, passing by Alcalá and Toledo, takes us on to the Council of Trent. In that assembly, Spanish divines, Lainez or Salmeron, vindicated the scholastic tradition, while popes under Spanish protection tightened discipline and recovered, though late, their lost moral dignity. But from Deventer, likewise, another movement issued forth, in which John of Goch, Wessel, and Gansfurt led up to Erfurt and Wittenberg, to the new doctrine of justification by faith alone, and to an independent type of religion. In these two reformations, Catholic and Protestant, it will be observed that England, France, and Italy play secondary parts. To the ideas which inspired Thomas à Kempis, Luther, or Loyola, creative or revolutionary as they might be, no English thinker except Occam contributed, nor did a single French writer anticipate Calvin. And the Italians, almost wholly given up to art or letters, and at no time much troubled with the problems which divided the schools in Paris, might seem to have been incapable of grasping a spiritual principle in its pure form until they were subjugated by the Jesuit masters who came in with the Spanish dominion. Yet, as in England, religion had no quarrel with learning, but was revived in its train. So, among Italians, the impressive figure of Savonarola warns us that prophets after the manner of the Old Testament were not wanting, even to the heyday of a classical Renaissance. True, the English humanism did but serve to usher in a period, Elizabethan or Jacobean, which was not Catholic according to the Roman style, and Savonarola was burnt. Yet on the eve of the Reformation, these more spiritual influences were not extinct in the Church. They might have been turned to a saving use, and for a while the Orthodox hoped it would be so. Fra Girolamo, Bishop Fisher, Sir Thomas More have always been regarded by those who shared their faith as martyrs in the cause of a true Christian morality and as harbingers of a reform which they did not live to see. In the Low Countries, therefore, from the appearance of Tanchelin about 1100, and after the growth of Waldensian opinions, though these were by no means peculiar to the Netherlands, much had been done by authority to suppress or convert dissidents. The Black Friars of St. Dominic were called to Antwerp as early as 1247. They acquired almost at once a power which was chiefly exercised in spiritual direction. Their many disciples followed a way of life pure, detached, and simple, the way of the heart rather than the intellect. Another sign which accompanied them was the multiplying of third orders, in which men and women, not bound by vow or shut up within a cloister, strove to lead the higher life. These sodalities must not be confounded with the Turlupins, Begards or Brethren of the Free Spirit, ecstatic, perhaps antinomian fraternities, condemned by Pope John XXII, and abhorred of all good Catholics. If we would understand what precisely was the Dominican training, a delightful instance has been left us in the correspondence of Kristine de Stomelin, 1306. But the finest example, as the most celebrated of Flemish masters in the 14th century, is the, quote, admirable Ruysbroek, an earlier Thomas à Kempis, who adorns the period which lies between 1283 and 1381, and whose son in the spirit, Gerard Grote, gave a new and lasting significance to the school of Deventer. That flight of the alone to the alone, which we call Christian mysticism, had found no unworthy expression in St. Thomas Aquinas, the angel of the schools, who reasons by set syllogism on all things in heaven and earth. He had sealed with his authority the books translated by Scotus Erigena, which were long attributed to Dionysius the Areopagite, but which are now known to be a production of the 5th century and of the Alexandrian or even Monophysite metaphysics. With severe negations, not wholly foreign to Plotinus, they limit, by exceeding them, the affirmations of the school theology. In the paradoxical phrase of Cusanus, their teaching is a learned ignorance, but they exalt the earthly as a shadow of the heavenly hierarchy, and they leave to our adoring worship the man Christ Jesus. From the defilements of sense, the scandals of history, the misuse of holy things, they turn to an inward, upward vision, and celebrate the hidden life. It is well known that Eastern hermits joined the work of their hands to prayer, that Cenobites, under the rule of St. Basil, copied manuscripts, studied the scriptures, and taught in schools, especially the children of the poor. Brought from the plains of the Euphrates to the wild heaths or grassy meadows of Rhine and Isel, this secret doctrine found in Ruysbroek and Areopagite, in Gerard Groot and Florentius Redevensen, the masters of its practice, who combined meditation with handicraft, and both with sacred and secular studies. Of these men, mention has already been made in another chapter of the present volume, which deals with the Netherlands. Groot's institution, closely resembling in idea the first thought of St. Francis, was at Constance opposed by the Dominican Grebo, but defended by Gerson. It may be remarked in passing that Gerson, unfairly according to the best judges, criticized the language of Ruysbroek's ornament of the spiritual marriage as tainted with pantheism. In 1431, Eugenius IV approved the Brethren of the Common Life. Pius II and Sixtus IV showed them much kindness. Florentius, after establishing his Austin canons at Windlesham, died in 1400, but his scheme of education prospered. Gerard Zerbold of Zutphen governed and taught in a similar spirit. The communities of sisters fell off in some measure. On the other hand, Groot's foundation at Zwolle developed into a house of studies under John Seal, and drew scholars from every side, from Brabant, Westphalia, and even Saxony. In 1402, 7 monasteries looked up to Windlesham as their mother house. The congregation spread into Germany. In 1409, tumults at Prague, with which University Groot's leading disciples had been associated, drove out thence a multitude of students who had embraced the system of nominalism. They flocked to Deventer, Zwolle, and the other Flemish towns, where that system was upheld against the extravagances of an overbearing realism. The convent and library of Le Rouge Cloître in the forest of Soigny became very celebrated. In these retreats of contemplatives, kept wholesome by hard manual labor, the scriptures were copied and read, the text of the Vulgate was corrected, a treasure of devout wisdom was silently gathered up, whose most precious jewel is the book written by Thomas à Kempis, though it did not bear his name. Within 30 years, Windlesham had given rise to 38 convents, of which 8 were sisterhoods, and the rest communities for men of a strict, yet not unreasonable observance. To the Austin canons established by Florentius we may trace a main current in the Catholic Reformation. The Austin hermits ended in Staupitz and Luther. Education was the daily work of many among the brethren. Their school at Hertogenbosch is said to have numbered 1,200 pupils. In Deventer they taught in the grammar school, and, quote, "Here in the mother house I learned to write," end quote, says Thomas Hemmerken, who came thither from Kempen as a lad of 12. Florentius gave him books, paid his school fees, was a father to him. Unlike Grote, who had taken his degree at Paris, Thomas attended no university. He was taught singing. He practiced the beautiful hand in which he copied out the whole Bible. He traveled on business for the monastery, but was away only 3 years altogether. At Mount St. Agnes he spent just upon 70 years. The keynote of his life was tranquillity. He perhaps called his book, not as we do, The Imitation of Christ, but the Ecclesiastical Music. A reformer in the deepest sense, he accepted church and hierarchy as they existed, and never dreamed of resisting them. Everything that the 16th century called into question is to be found in his writings. He availed himself of an indulgence granted by Boniface IX. He held the Lateran teaching on the Eucharist. He speaks without a shadow of misgiving of the veneration of saints, of masses for the dead, lay communion in one kind auricular confession and penance. To him the system under which he lived was divine, though men were frail and the world had fallen upon evil days. Those, therefore, who seek in The Imitation vestiges of Eckhart's pantheism or prophesyings of Luther's justification by faith alone fail to apprehend its spirit, nor have they mounted to its origin. For Ruysbroeck is emphatic in asserting free will, the necessity of works as fruits of virtue, the grace which makes its recipient holy. Such is the very kernel of Thomas à Kempis, in whom no enthusiast for antinomian freedom would find an argument. And in a temper as active, though retiring, as dutiful, though creative, the movement went on which had begun at Deventer. Thomas records in a series of biographical sketches how his companions lived and wrought. When we arrive at Cusanus, we feel that there could have been no worthier preparation for measures of amendment in the Church at large than this quiet process of self-discipline. As a pupil of Deventer, Nicholas Krebs had been brought up in a devout atmosphere. The times drove reformers to take sides with a council which was certain, against a pope who was doubtful. And while Archdeacon of Lüttich, Cusanus at Basel in 1433 repeated and enforced the deposing maxims which he had learnt from Pierre d'Ailly. His pamphlet, On Catholic Concord, gave the fathers in that assembly a text for their high-handed proceedings. But events opened his eyes. Though he had contributed not a little to the compact by which peace was made with the Bohemians, yet, like Cesarini, this learned and moderate man felt that he could no longer hold with a democratic party pledged to everlasting dissensions. He submitted to Eugenius IV. At Mainz and Vienna in 1439, he appeared as an advocate of the papal claims. 2 years later, Eugenius associated him with Carvajal, of whom more will be said below, on the like errand. Nicholas V, in 1451, gave him a legatine commission to Bohemia, and again he was united with a vehement church reformer, the Neapolitan Capistrano, who was preaching to great multitudes in Vienna and Prague. This renowned progress of Cusanus, which, beginning in Austria, was extended to Utrecht, certainly sheds lustre on the lowly-born pope, who had invested him with the Roman purple, appointed him Bishop of Brixen, and bestowed on him the amplest powers to visit, reform, and correct abuses. Yet the Council of Basel, so anarchical when it attempted to govern the Church, must share in whatever credit attaches to the work of the legate. For the conciliar decree which ordered diocesan synods to be held every year and provincial every 3 years set on foot a custom fraught in the sequel with large and admirable consequences. We possess information with regard to some 220 synods which were held in various parts of Europe between 1431 and 1520. Of these, Germany claims the larger number. France follows no long way behind, but Italy reckons few in comparison. Nor are these so important as the councils, which were celebrated beyond the Alps. At Florence, indeed, East and West for a moment joined hands. But the union of the churches was one of name rather than of fact. It melted away before popular hatred in the Greek provinces, and its gain to Latins may be summed up in the personality, the scholarship, and the library of Bessarion, who spent his days on the futile embassies by which he hoped to bring about a new crusade. The reform of discipline, which in almost every diocesan or provincial synod became the chief subject of argument and legislation, was not undertaken at Florence. End of section 61. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 62 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Catholic Europe, by the Reverend William Barry, Part 2. Not doctrine, but canon law occupied the 6 local assemblies at Tergis between 1431 and 1440. The 2 held at Béziers in 1437 and 1442, and that which met at Nantes in 1445 and 1446. Italy had its Council of Ferrara in 1436. Portugal, in the same year, met in council at Braga under Archbishop Fernando Guerra. German synods were held frequently about this period at Bamberg, Strasbourg, Ratisbon, and Constance. At Salzburg, in 1437, a code of reform was drawn up which other councils repeated and enforced. It dealt with reservations, that deadly plague of papal and episcopal finance, with the moral disorders of the clergy, and with many abuses, the effects of which have been strongly depicted in Protestant satires. The Synod of Freising in 1440 condemned usury and was loud in its denunciation of Jew moneylenders. There was a Synod of London in 1438. Edinburgh held another in 1445. The numerous and well-considered statutes of Soderkoping, over which the Archbishop of Uppsala presided in 1441, and of other assemblies in Scandinavia between 1443 and 1448, reveal the widespread evils from which religion was suffering. They insist on prayers in the vernacular, on frequent preaching, on a stricter discipline among the clergy. A French synod at Rouen in 1445, which enacted 41 canons, condemned in emphatic terms witchcraft and magic and many other popular superstitions, together with the non-residence of beneficiaries and the tax which prelates were not ashamed to gather in from priests who kept concubines. At Angers, in 1448, a severe attack was made upon the traffic in spurious relics and false indulgences. Many strokes might be added to this picture, but there is an inevitable monotony, as in the abuses painted, so in the remedies proposed for them, none of which laid the axe to the root. Unless princes and nobles could be hindered from masquerading as bishops, though destitute of piety, learning, and vocation, the ancient evils must continue to flourish. The odious charges laid on a poverty-stricken clergy, at once too numerous and too heavily burdened, which took from them their first-fruits, their tenths, their 15ths, were not abolished in a single one of these councils. Nor was the abominable practice of charging money dues on every office of religion abandoned until the floods came and the great rains fell which threatened the house with destruction. The master idol, which it was impossible to pull down, was Mammon. Culture was ruined by immorality, and religion itself by simony, while for the sake of a living, crowds professed rules of perfection which they made little or no attempt to observe. Yet Cusanus showed them a more excellent way. In February 1451 he began to execute his legatine commission at Salzburg, where he presided over a local synod. He travelled in unpretending guise, preached wherever he came, and displayed zeal and even tact, which was not his special quality, in reconciling the parish clergy with the mendicants, and in bringing back monastic discipline to its former purity. At Vienna in March he appointed 3 visitors to the Austrian houses of St. Benedict, then by no means attached to Rome. 50 convents in due time accepted the reform. Cusanus took in hand the Augustinian canons, held a synod at Bamberg, and endeavored to regulate the troublesome question of Easter confession to the parish priest, on which strife was constantly arising with the friars. At Würzburg he received the homage of 70 Benedictine abbots, who promised obedience to his decrees, though all did not keep their engagement. The Borsfeld congregation, which brought under strict observance as many as 88 abbeys and several nunneries, was already flourishing. It had been set up by John Diderot of Minden, who became abbot of Borsfeld in 1433, and was closely allied with another zealous reformer, John Rode, of St. Matthias at Trier. But the original impulse appears to have been derived from the Augustinian houses, which had adopted the rule of Windlesham, and the famous John Bush may be named in the present connection. This indefatigable preacher visited and succeeded in reforming a large number of convents in Thuringia and the adjacent parts. Cusanus examined and approved the statutes of Borsfeld in May 1451. He appointed visitors to the convents of Thuringia, and in June opened the Synod of Magdeburg, which passed the usual decrees touching reform of the monasteries, concubinary priests, and economic oppression as practiced by Hebrew moneylenders. But his next proceeding, an attempt to put down the pilgrimage to the miraculous host of Wilsnack, was the beginning of great troubles, and met with no success. Archbishop Frederick of Magdeburg, who had supported the cardinal in this attempt, was, however, an opponent of John Bush, and in 1454 the latter returned to Windlesham, so that the decrees of Cusanus were not in the end carried out. He, meanwhile, continued his visitation at Hildesheim and Minden. In August he was at Deventer, whither much business followed him. The Holy See extended his legatine powers to Burgundy and England. But in what manner this part of his mission was fulfilled does not seem clear. That he fell into a serious illness, from which he did not recover until February 1452, may be ascribed to his apostolic labours and journeyings. It had been his intention to preside at the Synod of Mainz, which was opened in his absence by Archbishop Dietrich in March 1452, and which repeated the enactments of Magdeburg against usury, clerical concubines, vagrant collectors of alms, and the holding of markets on feast days. Other decrees imply that superstition was rife, and that crime was not unknown in holy places. The cardinal confirmed these statutes, which were published in many diocesan synods. In March 1452, he presided over a gathering at Cologne, in which 21 decrees were published, all indicating how deep and wide were the wounds of religion in the German Church, the wealthiest and the most feudalized in Christendom, and how little prospect there was of healing them. It is not the way of religious councils to legislate for evils which do not exist or have attained only slender proportions. And we must conclude from the reiterated acts of authority that all over the West the bonds of discipline were loosened, that clerics in various places broke their vows with the connivance of bishops, that into some convents vice had found an entrance, and that many more had lapsed into ease and sloth. Yet in the largest houses immorality was rare, nor did Lutheranism receive its first impulse from the relaxation of conventual rule. That the clergy as a body were throughout this period corrupt or immoral is an assumption unsupported by definite evidence. When this century was ending, Trithemius, abbot of Sponheim, celebrated Cusanus as an angel of light appearing to the fatherland. He restored, said Trithemius, the unity of the Church and the dignity of her head. His mind embraced the whole circle of knowledge. The cardinal, while not disdaining the tradition of the schools, had busied himself in Italy with Plato and Aristotle. He encouraged the study of the classics during his embassy to Constantinople, collected Greek manuscripts, and won a reputation in astronomy and physics which entitles him to be named as a forerunner of Copernicus. With George Purbach and John Müller of Königsberg, who died Bishop of Ratisbon, he kept up a correspondence on scientific and literary topics. His designs for the exaltation of the imperial power, though somewhat chimerical, stamp him as a patriot who would have prevented by timely changes the disorders which Charles V, a Fleming or a Spaniard rather than a true German emperor, could not overcome. But he failed in politics, and his other reforms bore little fruit. Of the 127 abbeys which accepted his statutes, not more than 70 observed them in 1493. Cusanus had been appointed Bishop of Brixen directly by the Pope, without the local chapter being consulted. This was a violation of the Concordat, and the chapter appealed to Archduke Sigismund, Count of Tyrol. But the cardinal was peacefully installed, and when he came back from his legatine mission in 1452, he set about reforming his diocese, which stood greatly in need of it. He began with a visitation of the convents. At Brixen, he turned the unruly sisters out of their house. The Benedictine nuns of Sonnenberg pleaded exemption, and, like the chapter, called upon Sigismund, who, though notorious for his profligacies, took up their defense. Very unwisely, Cusanus, by way of answering the duke, laid claim to a temporal jurisdiction, and enforced it by anathema and interdict, which were little heeded. The Tyrolese detested strangers, and wanted no reform. In 1457, the cardinal fled from Wilton, declaring that his life was in danger. Calixtus III interdicted Sigismund, and the duke, prompted by Heimberg, a lifelong enemy of the Holy See, appealed to the Pope, better informed. This did not avail with Cusanus. He proceeded with his censures, hired troops out of Venetia, and cut to pieces a band of 40 men who were in the pay of the Sonnenberg sisters. In 1459, Pius II undertook to mediate. He was not successful. On the contrary, Sigismund, who had pleaded his own cause in Mantua, went away dissatisfied, and was preparing an appeal to a future council, when Pius launched the bull Execrabilis, January 1460, by which all such appeals were condemned and forbidden. Here, we may remark, is evidence of the motives on which the popes distrusted conciliar action, because if it could be invoked at any time and for any reason against them, their jurisdiction was paralyzed. A year later, the Duke made the cardinal his prisoner at Bruneck and demanded a surrender of the points in dispute. Cusanus yielded, escaped, fled to Pius at Siena, and cried aloud for satisfaction. The Pope, after fruitless negotiations, excommunicated Sigismund, laid his dominions under interdict, and brought Gregor Heimburg once more into the field, who drew up a formal appeal to the council. A war of pamphlets followed, bitter in its personalities on all sides, but especially damaging to Pius II, whose earlier years were little fitted to endure the fierce light of criticism now turned upon them. Heimburg's language, though moderate, was unsound from the papal point of view. It was colored also by his personal dislike of Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, with whom he had a long-standing quarrel. "Prelates of Germany," he exclaimed, "insist on the council as the stronghold of your freedom. If the Pope carries it, he will tax you at his good pleasure, take your money for a crusade, and send it to Ferrante of Naples." The Bishop of Feltre replied on behalf of Pius, while the German princes took part with Sigismund. No one regarded the interdict. Dieter of Mainz, after being excommunicated and deposed, took up arms against the Curia, and a miserable war laid waste Germany. The cardinal's death brought his troubles to an end in 1464. Heimburg passed over to George Podiebrad and the Bohemians, only at last to seek reconciliation with Rome. Sigismund received absolution. The Curia triumphed in the conflict at Mainz. An interval of quiet followed, during which the movement of learning went its way prosperously, and religion kept the peace with humanism. This humanism, or as it may be termed, the earlier Renaissance, flourished at many centers. Realist and nominalist were of one mind in promoting classical studies, although Ulrich von Hutten has persuaded the world that Cologne, the headquarters of monasticism and the Inquisition, loved to dwell in Egyptian darkness. The inveterate quarrel, which is as old as Plato, between poets or men of letters and philosophers who seek wisdom by process of dialectic, must not be overlooked when we read the judgments of the later humanists on a scholasticism that they despised without always understanding it. To them, technical terms were a jargon, and the subtle but exquisite distinctions of Aquinas spelt barbarism. But now, printing with movable types had been invented. From Mainz it was, with incredible rapidity, carried over Europe to Rome, London, Lisbon, and even Constantinople. The clergy, to quote the words of Archbishop Berthold of Mainz, Hannenberg, hailed it as a divine art. They endowed printing presses, crowded the book markets, almost impoverished themselves by the purchase of their productions, if we may believe Coburger's unwilling testimony. They composed, as well as distributed, innumerable volumes, of which the purport was to teach, to explain, and to enforce the duties of religion. The first book printed by Gutenberg was the Latin Bible. We will pursue the story of its editions and translations in due course. Here it is seasonable to record that many prelates, like Dahlberg at Worms and Heidelberg, were munificent patrons of the new art; that others, like Schierenberg and Bibra, published indulgences for the benefit of those who bought and sold printed books; but that if we would measure the depth and extent of civilization as due to the diffusion of literature through the press, we must look to the wealthy middle class and the free cities of Germany, to Augsburg, Nuremberg, Ratisbon, and the Rhine bishoprics. Once more Deventer solicits our attention. Its occupation with the copying of manuscripts was to be ruined by Gutenberg's types, but so long as the brethren lasted, they did no small service to education, whether we regard its matter or its methods. To their school has been referred the illustrious Rudolf Agricola. Alexander Hegius presided over it, and among its disciples were Rudolf van Langen and Desiderius Erasmus of Rotterdam. Agricola is often called the German Petrarch, on the ground that he labored incessantly during a short life, 1443 to 85, to spread classical learning north of the Alps. With a passionate love of the ancients, he combined deep devotion to the sacred scriptures. His last years were spent in religious meditation. Hegius, though an older man, looked up to him as a guide in all learning. And while it must be admitted that Hegius did not understand Greek, and was not an accomplished Latin scholar, yet in the 33 years, 1465 to 98, during which he ruled as headmaster at Deventer, he led the way to better things by his improvement of the German manuals. As is elsewhere told, he died poor, leaving only his books and his clothes. Rudolf van Langen, provost of the cathedral in Deventer, new-modelled the schools of Westphalia, drew crowds of students to Münster, and sent out teachers as far as Copenhagen, in which capital a university had been founded in 1479. He was sent on a mission to Rome in 1486, where his amazing knowledge of Latin excited the admiration of Sixtus IV. Not only the ancient classics, but their native antiquities, poetry, and topography engaged the attention of these Teutonic masters. But they were zealous above all to diffuse the knowledge of the Bible in the vernacular, as in the Latin Vulgate, and are aptly termed the Christian humanists. None among them was more celebrated than Wimfeling. Born at Schlettstadt in 1450, living down to the tumultuous period of the Reformation, he is a fine example of the priest, scholar, teacher, journalist, and patriot, as Germans then conceived of such a figure. Strasbourg was proud to own him. Reuchlin became his pupil. With equal heat and eloquence, he denounced unworthy friars, the greedy curia, Jewish financiers, and the poets or literary pagans, as he deemed them, who were leading the Renaissance astray from orthodox paths. But education in theory and practice was his proper mission. Of his writings on the subject, 40,000 copies, it is estimated, had been thrown into circulation by the year 1500. His Isidonius Germanicus, Guide of the German Youth, dated 1497, is accounted the first methodical treatise on teaching by a German hand. It was followed 3 years later by a second work entitled Adolescentia, which marks an era in the science of pedagogics. His pamphlet On the Art of Printing, 1507, offers a lively sketch of German culture, warns his countrymen against perils which were then rapidly approaching, and contains a hearty expostulation with princes, nobles, and lawyers who were unprincipled enough to sacrifice the old freedom of their people to the Roman law, and the national prosperity to their own covetousness. Wimfeling offended many interests. As an Alsatian, he sounded the alarm against French ideas and French invasions. It was not to be expected that he would find favor in the eyes of Hebrews, whom he charged with usury, of Roman courtiers, Lutheran controversialists, or self-indulgent men of letters, all of whom he assailed. Somewhat narrow in his views and pedantic or harsh in expressing them, this vigorous partisan has suffered in the esteem of posterity. He may, nevertheless, be classed with Reuchlin as an enthusiastic student, whose researches left his religion intact. He desired to see Germany free and independent, neither enslaved to the King of France, nor burdened with the 100 gravamina due to a bad ecclesiastical system of taxation, to papal nepotism and other enormities against which he reiterated the strong national protest of 1457. Had such men as Wimpfeling been admitted to the confidence of the Roman court, had their knowledge of German law and custom been turned to good account by Julius II or Leo X, a peaceful reformation might still have been effected. They resisted the encroachments of the new imperial legislation, which was destroying the liberties of their towns and the comfort of their yeomanry. They desired to protect the farmer from the moneylender. They abhorred paganism, even when it brought the gift of culture, and they taught every rank to read, to pray, to make fuller acquaintance with the open Bible. When the Church parted asunder and the War of the Peasants broke out, many must have looked up to Wimpfeling as a true prophet. But his day was gone by. Meanwhile, the clergy had education in their hands. Scholars flocked wherever churchmen ruled, along the Rhine as in Rome itself. Freedom to learn, to teach, to print was unbounded. The greatest of medieval universities had been Paris. Not to pursue its earlier and informal beginnings, it had grown up on the Ile de la Cité since 1155, when the abbot of Saint-Geneviève appointed a chancellor whose duty it was to license teachers of schools in that district. Its statutes were compiled about 1208. Its first appearance as a corporation is traced to Innocent III and the year 1211. In perpetual conflict with chancellor, bishop, and cathedral chapter, the university owed its triumph to the popes, one of whom, Gregory IX, in his bull Parens Scientiarum of 1231, established the right of the several faculties to regulate their own constitution. Down to the Great Schism in 1378, the pontiffs were on amicable terms with Paris and did not encourage the erection of chairs of theology elsewhere except in Italy, where they were introduced at Pisa, Florence, Bologna, and Padua. But they encouraged the faculties of Roman or canon law on the pattern of Bologna, as extending their own jurisdiction. With a divided papacy came the rise of Gallicanism, already foreshadowed by the writings of Occam and Marsilius of Padua, the Defensor Pacis. It was Paris that directed the anti-papal measures of Constance and Basel. The Holy See replied by showing favor to other academies, such as Cologne, which, from its foundation in 1388, had always been ultramontane. Some 24 universities were established during the period under review, of which those of Wittenberg and Frankfurt on the Oder were the last. That their organization was not independent of the Church or opposed to its authority is clear on the evidence of the diplomas and papal bulls to which they owe their origin. Even Wittenberg, though set up by an imperial decree, received an endowment from Alexander VI, and the Curia showed everywhere remarkable zeal in helping forward the new centers of learning. In France, Poitiers was founded by Charles VII in 1431, by way of retort on Paris, which had declared for the English king. Caen, Bordeaux, Nantes disputed the monopoly of the French capital, which was further lessened by long and venomous wranglings between the realist divines, who were conservative in temper as they were Roman in doctrine, and the nominalists, or king and council men, determined at all costs to support the crown. Prague, also, which had become the studium generale of Slavonia, drew to itself students from Paris, and Louvain exercised no small influence even on the banks of the Seine. A striking episode is the journey of Wessel to Paris, 1452, in the hope of converting from their nominalist errors his fellow countrymen, Henry van Zomeren and Nicholas of Utrecht. But they converted him from realism. Wessel adopted the philosophy of Plato and plunged into the quarrels of the day as to the extent of the Pope's jurisdiction and the abuses of the Curia. He lived in his new home 16 years. Among his associates were Guillaume de Fallis, John of Brussels, and Jean Haveron the Picard, who, in 1450, became rector of the university. In 1473, Wessel, after a tour in Italy, returned to Paris. That was the year in which Louis XI proscribed the doctrines of nominalism as unedifying to the Church, dangerous to faith, and unfitted for the training of youth. That Occam's principles ended in a system sensuous at once and skeptical, it would not be easy to deny, and this consideration furnished a sufficient motive, though by no means the only one, on which its adversaries went. All professors were now bound by oath to teach the old scholastic tradition. Jean Bochart, Bishop of Avranches, who had been the adviser of Louis in this proceeding, still, however, sought the aid of Wessel. It is said that the Flemish divine was appointed rector, and by judicious measures restored the credit of the great school, endangered during a long intellectual anarchy. Peace was secured. The edict which forbade the teaching of nominalist views was repealed in 1481. Reuchlin studied Greek in Paris, where the first professor of that language had been nominated in 1458, and in the Collège Montaigu, Erasmus underwent those experiences of which he has left us so amusing an account. But the Renaissance can scarcely be described as having made a commencement in France until Charles VIII came back from his Italian expedition. Its foremost leader and representative, the mighty-mouthed Rabelais, belongs to a period many years beyond the limits of this chapter. Neither saints nor scholars adorned an age which wasted itself in political strife, in contentions between the crown lawyers and the champions of church privileges, in the abortive Council of Pisa, in the enforcement or the revocation of the Pragmatic Sanction. No serious thought of reform occupied the public mind in France. Local synods denounced abuses which they were powerless to remedy. But though Erasmus did not conceive a high opinion of German culture in his youth, the new era had dawned with Agricola and his contemporaries across the Rhine. An immense number of schools, elementary or advanced, are known to us from these years as existing in German regions. 9 universities were opened. Brandenburg alone lagged behind. Berlin had no printing press until 1539. Cologne, which was realist and Dominican, the first among older foundations, still deserved its fame. Ortwin Gratius, despite the letters of obscure men, was not only a good scholar, but in his own way liberal-minded. John von Dalberg, appointed in 1482 curator of Heidelberg and Bishop of Worms, divided his time between the university and the bishopric. He helped to establish the first chair of Greek, and he began the famous Palatine Library. Reuchlin came to Heidelberg in 1496. He was made librarian, and in 1498 professor of Hebrew. The Palatinate was, likewise, the headquarters of the Rhenish literary sodality, set on foot in 1491 by Conrad Celtis. At Freiburg, in the Breisgau, Zacius, an exceedingly zealous Catholic, taught jurisprudence. Gabriel Biel last of the medieval schoolmen, though by no means of the scholastic philosophers, an admirable preacher, occupied for many years the pulpit at Tübingen, 1495. At Basel resided John Heinlein, who persuaded Gering, Kranz, and Freiberger to set up a printing press within the walls of the Sorbonne in 1470, while he was rector of Paris University. Sebastian Brandt, author of The Ship of Fools, an ardent defender of papal claims, dwelt at Basel until he settled in his native city of Strasbourg. John Müller, otherwise Regiomontanus from his birthplace Königsberg in Thuringia, lectured on physical science in Vienna and Nuremberg, prepared the maps and calendars of which Colombo made use in crossing the Atlantic, and died Bishop of Ratisbon. He met at Rome in 1500 Copernicus, already a member of the chapter of Frauenburg, and at the time engaged in mathematical teaching. These names, to which many might be added, will serve to indicate the union of orthodoxy with erudition, and of a devotion to science with the spirit of Christian reform. In none of these men do we perceive either dislike or opposition to the sacerdotal system, to sacraments, or to the papacy. Sebastian Brandt, in particular, published his widely read and popular poem with intent to counteract the party of rebellion which was then rising. He defended the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception, and in the height of his satire he is careful to spare the priesthood. On the whole, it appears that the German universities flourished rather in the years which immediately preceded the Reformation than in those which followed it. And if we except Wittenberg and Erfurt, they almost all took sides with the ancient religion and the Holy See. The spirit of literature, as of science, is, however, in its nature, obviously distinct from the dogmatic method cultivated by all theologians in the 16th century. In papal times, said Luther towards the close of his life, men gave with both hands, joyfully and with great devotion. It snowed of alms, foundations, and testaments. Our forefathers, lords and kings, princes and other folk, gave richly and compassionately, yea, to overflowing, to churches, parishes, schools, burses, hospitals. Examination in detail proves that this witness of Luther is true. There never had been in Germany, since the days of St. Boniface, such a season of beneficence directed to the fostering of scholarship and piety. Churches, of which a long list remains, were built in towns and villages often on a splendid scale. German architects, like German printers, invaded all countries. They were found in Spain at Barcelona and Burgos. They were called in to complete the Duomo at Milan. The Gothic style in Italy was recognized to be of German origin, but it was especially on works of benevolence or education that gifts were lavished. Endowments, no small portion of which came from the clergy, provided for universities and almshouses, for poor scholars and public preachers, for the printing of works by well-known authors such as Wimfeling and Brandt. Cloisters became the home of the press. Friars themselves turned printers. Among other instances may be cited Marienthal, 1468, St. Ulrich in Augsburg, 1472, the Benedictines in Bamberg, 1474, the Austin Hermits in Nuremberg, 1479, and the Minorites and Carthusians who assisted Amerbach in Basel. Typography was introduced in 1476 at Brussels by the Brethren of the Common Life, and also at Rostock. They were energetic in spreading the new art. They called themselves preachers not in word, but in type. Non verbo, sed scripto predicantes. Their activity extended through the dioceses of Lübeck, Schleswig, and Denmark. They gave out books to be printed, which betokens a demand that they could scarcely satisfy. And in Windesheim and other houses, lending libraries were opened. In the district of Utrecht alone, wrote John Bush, the reformer, more than 100 free congregations of sisters or beguines had a multitude of German books for their daily reading. This was earlier than 1479. The demand fell into 5 or 6 large categories. The public wanted grammars and aids to learning. They were eager to be told about their own history and antiquities. They welcomed every edition of a Latin classic, but above all, they cried out for books of devotion and the Bible in their mother tongue. To sum up with one of the biographers of Erasmus, the early printed books of Germany were in the main of a popular educational or a religious character. End of section 62. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 63 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Catholic Europe, by the Reverend William Barry, Part 3. All that is left from the immense shipwreck of libraries and literature which happened during the 16th and 17th centuries bears out this statement. It may be convenient to introduce at this point a brief general survey of the first Bibles printed, whether in Latin or the vernacular, down to the eve of the Reformation. As the educated classes read and corresponded on learned topics in the language of Rome, and monasteries were great consumers of religious works in Latin, we should expect frequent publication and large editions of the Vulgate, which had been, from before St. Jerome's day, the authorized Western version. Accordingly, Gutenberg set it up in type as his first production. It was finished by 1456. Under the name of the Mazarin Bible, it still survives in several copies. The Mainz Psalter is the first printed volume with a date, 1457. The first dated Bible, Fourth Latin, came out at Mainz from the office of Fust and Schoeffer in 1462. No book was more frequently republished than the Latin Vulgate, of which 98 distinct and full editions appeared prior to 1500, besides 12 others which contained the Glossa Ordinaria, or the Postils of Lyrinus. From 1475, when the first Venetian issue is dated, 22 complete impressions have been found in the city of St. Mark alone. Half a dozen folio editions came forth before a single Latin classic had been printed. This Latin text, constantly produced or translated, was accessible to all scholars. It did not undergo a critical recension, but it might be compared with the Hebrew Psalms printed in 1477, the Pentateuch printed in 1482, the Prophets in 1485, the Old Testament in 1488 by Abraham ben Chaim at Soncino in the Duchy of Milan. The Hebrew Hagiographa had come out at Naples in 1486. The Rabbinic Bible from the Bomberg press at Venice was edited in 4 parts by Felix Pratensis and dedicated to Leo X in 1517. The firm of Aldus in 1518 published the Septuagint. Erasmus had brought out the Greek New Testament in 1516, but it was first printed in 1514 in the polyglot of Cardinal Ximenes at Alcalá, Complutum, which, however, did not appear until 1520. The earliest Bibles printed in any modern language were in German, issued by Mentelin and Eggestein of Strasbourg, not later than 1466. In 1471 appeared at Venice two Italian translations, the first by Malermi, a Camaldolese monk who died as far back as 1421, the second by Nicholas Jensen. Baillet at Lyon is responsible for the first French New Testament in 1477. The Old Testament in Dutch came out at Delft the same year. In 1480, the Low German Bible appeared at Cologne. The entire Bible, done into French paraphrase by Guillard de Moulins in the 13th century, was committed to type in 1487 and went through 16 editions. The Bohemian version belongs to 1488. The Spanish had been made about 1405 by Boniface, brother of St. Vincent Ferrer. It was printed at Valencia in 1478 and republished in 1515, of course, with the imprimatur of the Inquisition. The standard French version of Jacques Lefebvre, 1512 to 1523-7, was revised by Louvain theologians and passed through 40 editions down to the year 1700. 14 translations of the Vulgate into German and 5 into Low Dutch are known to have existed before Luther undertook the task. From a collation of these with his Bible, it is evident that the Reformer consulted previous recensions, and that his work was not entirely original. Prior to his first complete edition in 1534, no fewer than 30 Catholic impressions of the entire Scriptures, or portions of them, had appeared in the German vernacular. 11 full Italian editions, with permission of the Holy Office, are counted before 1567. The Polish Bible was printed at Krakow in 1556 and many times afterwards with approbation of the reigning popes. Translations of the Psalms and Sunday Gospels had long been in use. From the Council of Constance, or even earlier, provincial synods laid the duty on priests of explaining these portions during Mass, and postils or plenaria, which comment upon them in the vernacular, meet us everywhere. Metrical versions, such as that of de Moulins in France, or of Merlant in the Netherlands, 1225 to 1300, were well known among all classes. But to what an enormous extent the Bible was now read, the above dates and figures may indicate, not to mention the forms in which it was speedily issued, pocket or miniature editions for daily use. It is not until we come within sight of the Lutheran troubles that preachers like Geiler of Kaisersberg hint their doubts on the expediency of unrestrained Bible reading in the vernacular. One remarkable fact would seem to tell the other way. In this extensive catalogue, we have not been able to discover a solitary English Bible. How did it happen, we must ask, that before Tyndale's New Testament of 1526 none was printed in our native tongue? A dense darkness hangs over the origin and authorship of the translation ascribed to Wycliffe. It is certain that Archbishop Arundel, at the Council of Oxford in 1408, prohibited the making or keeping of unauthorized English versions, and that he condemned, quote, "any book, booklet, or tract of this kind made in the time of the said John Wycliffe, or since." End quote. It is equally certain that manuscript copies of an English Bible were in possession of such orthodox Catholics as Thomas of Woodstock, Henry VI, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and the Brigittine nuns of Sion. English Bibles were bequeathed by will and given to churches or religious houses. From all this it has been argued, on the one hand, that authority tolerated the use of a version which was due to Wycliffite sources, on the other, that a Catholic version must have existed, and that the copies mentioned above contain it. Sir Thomas More, disputing against Tyndale, affirms that no translations executed prior to the Lollards were forbidden. Quote, "I myself have seen and can show you," he says in his dialogue, "Bibles fair and old, written in English, which have been known and seen by the bishop of the diocese, and left in the hands of laymen and women whom he knew to be good and Catholic people." End quote. More himself was decidedly in favor of vernacular versions, but, quote, "the New Testament, newly forged by Tyndale, altered and changed in matters of great weight," end quote, he judged worthy of the fire. The extant copies of an earlier Bible, to whomsoever due, exhibit no traces of heretical doctrine. Cranmer and Fox, the martyrologist, both allude to translations of the whole body of Scripture, quote, "as well before John Wycliffe was born as since," end quote, says the latter. In the destruction of libraries, these have perished, and nothing of them is now known. To Latin readers, the Bible would be familiar. Coburger of Nuremberg had set up in London a warehouse for the sale of the Vulgate as early as 1480. To English readers, Paxton offered the Golden Legend in 1483. It contained nearly the whole of the Pentateuch and a large portion of the Gospels. The Liber Festivalis included scripture paraphrases, but it was in Germany that the printer had become the evangelist. No censorship interfered with the ordinary course of instruction, and this contemplated the whole duty of a Christian man. It was a comment on Holy Writ, which all were at liberty to keep in their hands. 59 editions of The Imitation of Christ were brought out in less than 50 years. Prayer books in heartfelt and instructive speech, The Gate of Heaven, The Path to Paradise, and 100 more, were sold in all book markets. Numerous as are the specimens that survive, those who have examined them agree that on points afterwards violently disputed, as the doctrine of indulgences and prayers to the saints, they lend no countenance to superstition or excess. Were we to form our view of German religion from these prayers, hymns, and popular manuals, it would be eminently favorable. In language, as in sentiment, they have never been surpassed. The Deutsche Theologie, named and published in part by Luther, 1516–18, is an admirable instance, perfectly orthodox and profoundly spiritual, by an unknown author, perhaps of the 14th century. We must look to other sources of information, among them Innocent VIII's bull Summus Desiderantes Affectibus against witchcraft, 1484, and the Malleus Maleficarum of Jacob Sprenger and Heinrich Kramer, Institutoris, before 1487, hold a conspicuous place, if we would understand that with much outward ceremony, and not a little genuine devotion, the phenomena of diseased fancies, ancient heathenism, and growing luxury were mingled in unequal proportions. But there is no reason for alleging that the hierarchy, or the religious orders in general, directly opposed themselves to the progress of learning. They considered that the Christian faith had much to gain, and nothing to lose by the arts, inventions, and discoveries which the new inspiration, called the Renaissance, had carried to so marvelous a height. The enemy was not erudition, but unbelief. It would be as unreasonable to suppose that the rank and file of the monks were classical scholars, as that the personal influence of the prelates was for the most part edifying. But bishops, who lived in open defiance of decency, enacted excellent laws in synod. and there were few monasteries in which a serious effort to attain learning would be absolutely in vain. The scholastic philosophy was now overladen with futile expositions and had sunk to unprofitable wrangling. But Erasmus, the glory of Deventer, is a witness beyond exception to the spirit which prevailed among churchmen of high degree, from Oxford to Basel, and from Cambray to Rome. In his Colloquies, his Encomium Moriae, and throughout his correspondence, he mocks or argues against many superstitions, irregularities, and fantastic opinions which he had observed in the course of his travels. But nowhere does he hint, under no provocation is he tempted to imagine, that authority frowns upon good letters, while he addresses the Archbishop of Mainz and the Pope himself in favor of reform. On these subjects, the evidence of his residence in England is particularly instructive. Erasmus, 1466 to 1536, owed a little to Hegius. He had been remarked by Rudolf Agricola. His patron was the Bishop of Cambray. After making trial in Paris of the student's joys and sufferings, since he despaired of reaching Italy, he came in 1499 to Oxford, and tarried there 2 or 3 months. He won the friendship of Collet and More. He became acquainted with Grocyn and Linacre. These were the lights of English learning, the chief guides in English religion, before the king's great matter brought in a new world. Collet's erudition, More's sweetness, to which an Erasmian letter alludes, have become proverbial. But the movement had not begun with them. Out of the new impulse, during or after the mid-course of the century, colleges at Oxford had sprung into existence or received a fresh life. They were rivaling or surpassing the monastic hospitia. In the classic revival, Oxford rather than Paris took the lead. Grocyn, More's teacher, was not the first Englishman who studied Greek. He received lessons, indeed, from the exile Chalcondylas in 1491, but 25 years earlier, 2 monks of Canterbury, Hadley and Selling, were students at Padua, Bologna, and Rome, 1464–7. According to Leland, Selling attended the lectures of Politian. At Bologna, the Greek masters appear to have been Leonorus and Andronicus. To Canterbury, the Benedictine monk brought Greek manuscripts and converted his monastery into a house of studies, from which the knowledge of Hellenic literature was carried in more than one direction. His most celebrated pupil was Linacre. Sent to Oxford about 1480, Linacre studied in Canterbury College, became Fellow of All Souls, and went with Selling in 1486 on an embassy from Henry VII to Pope Innocent. At Florence, he shared in the lessons given by Politian to the children of Lorenzo de' Medici. From Chalcondylas he learned more Greek than Selling had taught him. It was when Linacre had passed a year in Italy that he persuaded William Grocyn, whom he had known in Oxford, to come out and share his studies. Such was the origin of those famous lectures attended by Sir Thomas More. Of the names we have mentioned, 2, therefore, represent the Benedictine cloister at Canterbury. Grocyn was a doctor in theology. Almost superstitiously observant, says Erasmus, of ecclesiastical custom. Linacre, after graduating in the medical schools at Padua, became physician to Henry VIII, and in the decline of life took priest's orders. Selling translated a sermon of Chrysostom's from Greek into Latin as early as 1488, and the complete Homer, as well as the plays of Euripides, once associated with the memory of Archbishop Theodore, which are still preserved in the library of Corpus Christi, Cambridge, may have been among the manuscripts which Selling brought from Italy. In like manner, the Livy, the Greek Psalter of the 15th century, and the Hebrew and Latin Psalms in Trinity College Library were Benedictine treasures. With this learned prior we may reckon his friend Langton in 1483, Bishop of Winchester, from whose domestic school came the still more learned Robert Pace, well known as a diplomatist and man of letters. Langton sent Pace to study at Padua and Rome. He was assisted by Cuthbert Tunstall and William Latimer, and was taught by Leonicus. Few among Englishmen, except the clergy, were, as a Venetian traveller observed in 1500, at this time addicted to literature. In religious houses, as at Reading, Ramsey, and Glastonbury, distinct evidence is forthcoming of zeal in scholarship. To these examples may be added Richard Charnock, prior of St. Mary's, Oxford, with whom Erasmus stayed. The registers of the university from 1506 to 1535, the era of dissolution, prove that the Benedictines kept up a high average of graduates. To the same effect are details gleaned elsewhere, as at Gonville Hall, Cambridge, between 1500 and 1523. Help was constantly given to poor students by monastic houses. Hence, when these were swept away, not only did the secular clergy lack recruits, but the universities showed a falling off in their scholars. It is remarked that in 1547 and 1550 not a single degree was taken at Oxford. In 1545, Cambridge petitioned the Crown for fresh privileges in apprehension of the total decay of learning. Latimer, in Edward VI's time, and Edgeworth under Mary, contrast this lamentable change with former flourishing years. Under Henry VIII, the numbers fell off. The spirit of independence was broken. The universities lay at the king's mercy. True, the Reformation had allied itself with humanism, but these two great movements were not destined to follow the same path. Erasmus had complained of the harm which Luther was inflicting on letters. Bembo was all astonishment at the piety of Melanchthon. Neither the literary nor the scientific spirit was, in its essence, Protestant. Colleen, 1466 to 1519, who strikes us as entirely English, downright, straightforward, and impatient of scholastic subtleties and pagan license, had come home from Italy in 1498 with a contempt for its ungodly refinements. He lectured without stipend in Oxford on the epistles of St. Paul, after a new method which attracted many, but was a stone of offence to some of the elders. Colleen preached a return to primitive discipline. He preferred the Fathers before their commentators, and he despised much of the current usage as tending to overlay the gospel with human inventions. In 1504, Henry VII named him Dean of St. Paul's. Here he endowed the public school of which he made William Lilly headmaster. Its governors were to be married citizens, not monks or clerics. It furnished a pattern to other foundations, including the grammar schools of Edward VI and Elizabeth, but was much decried by teachers of the ancient stamp. In Archbishop Warham, Colleen, as afterwards Erasmus, found an unfailing friend and benefactor. By him the dean was enabled to address the Convocation of Canterbury in 1512. Colleen inveighed against the worldliness of bishops, the accumulation of benefices, the evils of non-residence. He attacked no dogma, but he was at once accused before the primate as disparaging celibacy and as being himself a heretic. Warham dismissed the charges. If we consider who Colleen's friends were, The accusations against him seem scarcely probable. He had been, for a number of years, More's spiritual director. He strongly approved of Erasmus when he brought out his Greek New Testament, but he praised quite as strongly Melton's Exhortation to Young Men Entering on Orders, printed by Wynkyn de Worde, in which it is laid down that a priest should say his hours and his mass every day, as well as meditate on the writings of the Fathers and read the Scriptures. It was not dogma, but the superfluous contendings of neoteric divines, which provoked the indignation of those moderate reformers with whom Colleen thought and acted. As a patristic student, he is termed by Erasmus, "the assertor and champion of the old theology," a phrase which defines his position, but which does not exhibit him as favoring the Reformation. Fox, Bishop of Winchester, founded Corpus Christi, Oxford, in 1516, with special reference to the study of Greek. 3 years later, sermons and speeches were made against this innovation, but More and Pace engaged the king easily on their own side, and the Trojans were laughed out of court. At Cambridge, Fisher, the chancellor, recalled his protégé, Richard Croke, from Leipzig in 1519 to carry on the work of Erasmus, who had taught Greek in the university between 1511 and 1513. In the great humanist's flattering judgment, Cambridge had become equal to the best academy abroad, since it had discarded the old exercises in Aristotle and put away Scotus. On the appearance of his New Testament, Warham assured Erasmus in an all but official letter that it had been gladly received by all the bishops to whom he had shown it. Fisher and More in 1519 helped in the correction of the second edition. Leo X accepted its dedication. The alarm which was raised in some parts, as if Greek studies were a prelude to Lutheranism, found no echo in England. Few signs of an approaching catastrophe in church and state can be noted until the fall of Wolsey. The Lollards were extinct. Benevolence still continued to flow in ecclesiastical channels. As in Germany, schools, colleges, and guilds were multiplied. The people, who had during the last 50 or 60 years rebuilt so many parish churches, now adorned, endowed, and managed them. Printing presses were set up under clerical patronage. Religious literature was in constant demand. Missals, manuals, breviaries for the use of the clergy, special treatises like Par Oculi, dealing with their duties, and primers, prayer books, Dives et Pauper for the laity, were printed in great abundance. Sermons were much in request. Paul's Cross attracted famous preachers and vast audiences. But there was another side to the picture. That religious men in England had somewhat degenerated from their ancient strictness and fervour of spirit is one reason alleged by Crusaker More why Sir Thomas did not join the Carthusians or Franciscans. Unlike Erasmus, who suffered from the intemperate zeal which thrust vows upon him in his youth, More was a devoted adherent of monasticism. His biographer's judgment, however, is far too mild. On the other hand, the sweeping inferences which have been drawn from the indictment laid before Cardinal Morton in 1489 against the abbot of St. Albans cannot be accepted without proof. Disorder and dilapidation enough were shown to justify Wolsey in taking out the Legatine Commission in 1518, which later on was turned against the clergy, whom it did not amend, as bringing them into a prémunire. Wolsey could have reformed others, himself not at all, or not until his dignities were stripped off and death stared him in the face. A magnificent pluralist, ill-famed for his unclerical living, and a cardinal who did not shrink from proposing to buy the papal tiara, He had always been the friend of learning since he completed Magdalen Tower at Oxford in his bursar's days. With a revival of monastic discipline, he intended to combine large schemes of study founded on the classics. Bishops as severe as Fox of Winchester welcomed his clerical reform, which could not imply designs on the Catholic faith. The nation did not repulse an English legate. Various Benedictine houses put into Wolsey's hands the election of their superiors. The Dominicans would not resist. But with the Observantines there was great difficulty. For his own province of York, Wolsey drew up a constitution, 1515 or 1518, which has been termed a model of ecclesiastical government. How far it was carried out we have scanty means of determining. His measures with regard to education are better known. In 1515, the University of Oxford surrendered to him all its powers. He proceeded to found 7 lectureships, one of which was held by Ludovico Vives. He planned the College of Secular Priests for 500 students, which was then styled Cardinal College and is now Christ Church. It was to be fed from a richly endowed school at Ipswich, where only a gateway remains to tell of that splendid undertaking. 22 small convents, with less than 6 inmates apiece, were suppressed, and their revenues applied to defray these enterprises. It was remarked afterwards that Wolsey's legatine autocracy had paved the way for Henry's assumption of the supreme headship, and that a precedent had been given in dissolving the small monasteries for the pillage and spoliation that speedily followed by Act of Parliament. On the other side, if reformation was necessary, Wolsey's dealing can scarcely be judged inhumane. His hand would have been lighter than Thomas Cromwell's, and while he protected the ancient creed, he was lenient with such dissenters as fell under his jurisdiction. In truth, it was not the revival of learning that shook Europe to its base, but the assault on a complicated and decaying system in which politics, finance, and privileges were blended with religion. Of the 12 popes who sat in St. Peter's chair between 1420 and 1520, not one was a man of transcendent faculty or deep insight. Martin V broke his solemn engagement to reform the Curia. Eugenius IV trifled with the Council of Basel and squandered a great opportunity. Cesarini warned him in vain that the German clergy were dissolute, the lay people scandalized, that the Holy See had fallen from its high estate. He pleaded for a serious amendment if, quote, the entire shame were not to be cast on the Roman Curia as the cause and author of all these evils, end quote. When the anarchy of Basel drove him from it, he did what in him lay at Florence, 1439, to promote the short-lived union with the Greeks. And he perished in Hungary at the Battle of Varna, still fighting on behalf of a united and reformed Christendom. Nicholas V, though intent chiefly on restoring literature, sent Cusanus with ample powers, as we have seen, into the north. But his own desire was that Rome should be a missionary of culture, when what the world needed was an economic and moral restoration. Pius II, whose character stands forth so individually in the long succession, had been a dissolute young man, but as a pontiff he was grave and enthusiastic. His zeal for the crusade denoted some far-off touch of greatness. He, too, spoke of reform. The learned Venetian, Domenici, drew up a project which was to cure the ills of simony, to correct the vices of churchmen, and quote, other uncleanness and indecency, end quote. Cusanus, on being consulted, took a wider range in his 14 articles. Primitive discipline should be restored, and 3 visitors, clothed in dictatorial power, were to deal with the whole Church, beginning from the Pope and Curia. At least, he observed significantly, their state need not be worse than in the time of Martin V. Of all this, nothing whatever came. Pius II began once more the bad old custom of nepotism. He advanced his kinsfolk to high positions in the Church, regardless of their age or attainments. But he distinguished some good men, as Calandrini, the Grand Penitentiary, the 2 Capranicas, Oliva, general of the Augustinians, known as the Angel of Peace, and the stern Carvajal, who survived as an example of austere virtue into the shameful years which tolerated cardinals like Borgia and della Rovere. Judged by ethical standards, Italy exhibited during the whole of the 15th century a deeper decline than any other country in Europe. Private depravity and political debasement followed the most brilliant culture like a shadow. Violence, craft, cruelty were mingled with the administration of holy things. Yet the descent was broken, though not arrested, by religious revivals, especially in the north and center, of which the credit is due to the Observantine friars, the Austin hermits, and the Benedictines. A catalogue of 80 saints, men and women, chiefly in these communities, has been made out. It covers the period from 1400 to 1520. None are of the first rank, but Bernardino of Siena, 1444, and Giovanni Capistrano, 1456, Observantines, preached repentance with great, if not lasting, effect to multitudes. Antoninus, Archbishop of Florence, 1459, taught Christian doctrine successfully, denounced usury, and was a welcome peacemaker. Lorenzo Giustiniani, Patriarch of Venice, 1456, abounded in good works. Fra Angelico da Fiesoli, the Dominican, 1455, perhaps the most purely religious painter that ever lived, was himself a vision of innocence and joy. Bernardino da Feltre, 1494, by way of rescuing the poor from usurers, against whom he waged an incessant warfare, established in Rome the first Monte di Pietà, with the concurrence of Innocent VIII. The whole story of his benevolent campaigns is replete with interest. A series of preachers, the most famous were Franciscans, from Roberto da Lecce to Gabriele da Barletta, thundered against the vices of the age and its growing paganism. The Third Order of St. Francis counted thousands of members, especially in the middle class, not so tainted as nobles or clergy. For whatever may be said in defense of the priesthood elsewhere, in the Italian peninsula it had lost its savor. Documentary evidence from almost every district and city leaves no doubt on this melancholy subject. The clergy were despised. So patent was their misconduct that proposals to abrogate the law of celibacy began to be put forward. Pius II may have entertained such a thought, but he contented himself with an endeavor to correct the religious orders. The Observantines, who were strict, deserved and obtained his favor, but continual strife for precedence, which meant disciples and influence, raged between these and the conventuals, nor could any pope reconcile them. Santa Giustina, the Benedictine house at Padua, 1412, became an Italian Bursfeld. Its reform was accepted in Verona, Pavia, Milan. Pius II brought under it many monasteries which required better discipline. He deposed Auribelle, the unworthy general of the Dominicans. He took severe measures with the convents of Vallombrosa, the Humiliati in Venice, the Carmelites in Brescia, the religious in Siena and Florence. Other popes, Paul II, Sixtus IV, even Alexander VI did in like manner. Such efforts had been stimulated by earnest and cultivated men, of whom the most capable were Traversari, general of the Camaldulese, 1386 to 1439, Baptista Mantuanus, 1448 to 1516, and Egidius of Viterbo, Augustinian and cardinal, whose decrees in the Synod of Santa Sabina afforded a scheme of reformation to the Fifth Lateran. The correspondence of Alessandra degli Strozzi, 1406 to 71, the biographies of Bisticci, the notebooks of Rucellai, Landucci's diary, Domenichi's work on the government of the household, reveal a sincere spirit of piety in many families, and correct the hard impression we should otherwise receive, especially of life at Florence under the Medici. Vittorino da Feltre's school at Mantua is estimated in another chapter. With him, as a Christian teacher, may be named Agostini Datti of Siena, 1479, and Maffeo Vigeo, the latter of whom wrote 6 books on education and was a friend of Pius II, devout, cultivated, and practical. St. Antoninus published a manual of confession, which is but a specimen of a very large class, and which instructs all professions, from magistrates to weavers and day laborers, in their several duties. Guilds and brotherhoods were a feature of the time. Their objects were mainly secular, but religious and charitable foundations were almost invariably associated with them. Strict rules enjoining daily prayer, the use of the sacraments, the observance of Sundays and holidays are incorporated in their statutes. Care of the poor and sick members was obligatory. Every guild had its physician. Pensions were often provided for widows and children, and dowries for maidens. The wealthier brotherhoods built each their scuola and embellished or erected churches. In Italy, even more than among Germans, church-building was a passion and an art, lending itself sometimes to strange ends, witness the Isotta chapel at Rimini, but serving religion on a grand scale, according as it was then interpreted. Plague and sickness called forth many confraternities, such as the great Misericordia, dating from 1244, revived at Florence in 1475, San Rocco at Venice, 1415, the Good Men of St. Martin, 1441, due to Archbishop Antoninus, and the Sodality of the Dolorosa, yet existing in Rome, 1448. Torquemada, in 1460, established in the Minerva dowries for girls, the Annunziata. Florence, towards 1500, had 73 municipal associations, and at Rome there were many more dedicated to religious observances, but likewise to charity. Such was the brotherhood in the Ripetta, established in 1499 by Alexander VI, which had its own hospital and took charge of sailors. Again, trade guilds of every description flourished, native and even foreign, and these were accustomed to act the miracle plays called devozioni, which had sprung up in Umbria. The great hospitals, of which there were 35 in Florence alone, are the special honor of the 15th century. In Rome, the popes Martin, Eugenius, and Sixtus, the latter of whom rebuilt Santo Spirito, showed them constant favor. Most of the old foundations were kept up, many new ones added. Over the whole of Italy in the period between 1400 and 1524, fresh hospitals, almshouses, orphanages, schools, and other institutions of a charitable nature have been reckoned up to the number of 324, but this calculation does not exhaust the list. From these things it is clear that Savonarola 1452 to 98, as happens to great men, did no more than sum up in his preaching a world of ideas and aspirations with which his audience, the early contemporaries of Michelangelo, were already familiar. Converted to the Order of St. Dominic by a sermon which he heard from the lips of an Austin hermit at Faenza, 1474, filled with a lofty Platonism learned from Aquinas, sickened by the public depravity, and prescient, as his poem De Ruina Mundi shows of coming disasters, he nourished himself on the Bible and the Apocalypse, fasted, prayed, wept, and became a visionary. At Florence, to which he was transferred in 1484, he saw the brethren of San Marco losing themselves in the pedantries of the old school, and the upper classes of society in the frivolities of the new. His rudeness of speech and violence of gesture told against him in the pulpit at first. He was always sighing for, quote, that peace which reigned in the church when she was poor, end quote. Then at San Gemignano there came to the friar his large prophetic vision, quote, the church will be scourged and renewed, and that in our day, end quote. He made no allowance for perspective. He came back, took Florence by storm, and ruled it like a king. His mind grew to be a place of dreams. This was not astonishing in the countrymen of Dante and Buonarroti. Italians saw their religion painted and sculptured. For them it lay outside books and filled their eyes. But Florence was, before all things, a city of political scheming. The papacy aimed at temporal dominion. It was capable, so Machiavelli judged, of becoming the first power in the land. The pulpit was at once platform and newspaper. Spiritual censures were employed as weapons of war. Sixtus IV laid an interdict on Florence for the conspiracy of the Pazzi, with which his remembrance is indelibly bound up. How should a prophet not be a politician? Savonarola could not see his way to an answer in the negative. He foretold the coming of the French under Charles VIII. He did his utmost to keep Florence in a line of policy which Alexander VI rejected with disdain, although he accepted it 2 years after Savonarola's death. In this confusion of ideas and interests, the preacher of righteousness fell under excommunication. He was tortured, degraded, hanged, and burnt by a coup d'etat. Savonarola had invoked a general council to depose Alexander VI. He fell back upon Pierre d'Ailly and the decrees of Constance. For his prophesyings, he never claimed infallible authority. His moral teaching was taken from Aquinas. In expounding the scriptures, he followed the allegorical method. On points of dogma, he was at one with his Dominican masters. Like the brethren of Deventer, he was friendly to learning, art, and science. Among his disciples were Pico della Mirandola, Fra Bartolomeo, Michelangelo. It would not be impossible to demonstrate that the sublime and simple grandeur with which the mightiest of Florentines has painted his prophets and sibyls on the vault of the Sistine Chapel is in perfect accord with the melancholy and majesty of Savonarola's teaching. Nor in the burning of the vanities are we to imagine a spirit resembling that of John Knox. It was an auté de fait of vicious or unseemly objects, not a judgment on Christian art. Fra Girolamo was, in a word, the last of the great medieval friars. But the restoration which he longed for began in Spain. Flushed with her victory over Jews and Muslims, baptized a nation by her unity in the faith, exalted in a moment to the foremost place among European powers, Spain was destined to rule and sometimes to tyrannize over Catholicism. The telling names here are Ferdinand and Isabel, Ximenes and Loyola. Feudal rights went down before the monarchy in Castile. The estates of Aragon were no match for Ferdinand. The great military knighthoods were absorbed by the sovereign. From Barcelona, the Inquisition was carried to Seville and Toledo. By papal bull, yet in despite of papal protests, it became the Supreme Court before which nobles and prelates lost countenance. Spiritual, orthodox, independent, politic, and cruel, it played with lives and properties, but created one Spain as it upheld one church. Thus, it exercised an authority from which there was no escape. Even Sixtus IV lodged his appellate jurisdiction in the hands of the Archbishop of Seville, 1488. No church could be more arrogantly national than the Spanish, fenced round as it was with exemptions, royal, episcopal, monastic. But none was more Catholic. It bred neither heresy nor schism. The reform which it needed came by the hands of a saintly queen, and of her ascetic director, Cisneros or Ximenes, 1436 to 1517. Other names deserve honorable mention. Cardinal Mendoza, primate of Spain, had lived up to his high duties. Corillo, his predecessor at the Synod of Aranda in 1473, had laid down 29 chapters of Reformation. Talavera, who held the see of Granada, would have converted the Moors by kindness and put into their hands a vernacular Bible, for which he fell under grave suspicion and was censured by Ximenes. Yet this ascetic Franciscan, who had been a secular priest, was himself a lover of learning, not cruel by temperament, though severe with the ungodly as in his own person. He lived like a hermit on the throne of Toledo, which he had accepted only out of obedience to the Pope. In 1494, with the aid of Isabel, against Alexander VI's terrified protestations, he corrected the Observantines with such rigor that thousands fled to Morocco sooner than obey. Of Arabic manuscripts deemed anti-Christian, he made a famous holocaust. He risked his life at Granada in 1499, offered the Moors baptism or death, and brought over many thousands. His services to sacred and secular erudition were perpetrated in the restored University of Alcalá and the Polyglot Bible, first of its kind since Origen's Hexapla. Like Wolsey, the Spanish cardinal obtained unlimited legatine faculties. He would hear of no exemptions, and, being primate, grand inquisitor, and chief of the government, he became irresistible. In 2 synods, of Alcalá in 1497 and Talavera in 1498, he published his regulations. Spain had been suffering from ruffianly nobles, undisciplined monks, immoral and insolent clerics. Bishops attempted to withstand queen and cardinal. They were compelled to give way. The result may be briefly stated. The worst abuses were purged out of the Iberian Church, and while other European clergy were accused of gross licentiousness, the Spanish priests became, for the most part, virtuous and devout. As early as 1493, the Benedictine Abbey of Montserrat accepted under compulsion the stricter rule of Valladolid. Its new abbot, Garcia Cisneros, nephew of the cardinal, composed a Book of Spiritual Exercises, from which Ignatius of Loyola may have borrowed the title for his very different and much more scientific treatise when he retired to this convent and was guided by the Benedictine Chanon. As is well known, he received his celebrated wound in fighting the French, who were then at war with the Pope at the siege of Pampeluna in 1512. The pseudo-Council of Pisa was shortly to be answered by the Fifth of Lateran. In 1511, king and bishops at Burgos uttered a series of demands which came to this: that Reformation must begin at Rome, the reign of simony end, dispensations no longer make void the law of God, that learning must be encouraged, councils held at fixed times, residence enforced, pluralities abolished. An unsigned Spanish memorial of the same date is bolder still. It paints in darkest hues the evils tolerated by successive pontiffs. It proposes sweeping measures, which were at last carried into execution by the Council of Trent, aided by the course of events. For the Fifth of Lateran came to naught. Though admonished by Cajetan and Egidius of Viterbo, dissolute prelates could not reform disorderly monks. Leo X cared only to rid himself of the pragmatic sanction. Popes, cardinals, curia went forward headlong to the double catastrophe of the Diet of Worms and the sack of Rome. That which revolutionaries aimed at, John of Gach, John Rucherath of Oberwessel, Gansfort of Groningen, and finally Luther, was the pulling down of the sacerdotal sacramental system, hence the abolition of the Mass and the hierarchy. That which Catholic reformers spent their lives in attempting was to make the practice of clergy and faithful harmonize with the ideals inherited from their past. Shrines, festivals, pilgrimages, devotions, brotherhoods, new religious orders like the Minims of St. Francis of Paula and the Third Orders of Regulars had no other design except to carry on a tradition which came down from St. Benedict, St. Augustine, St. Jerome, the Fathers of the Desert, the ancient churches. Justification by faith alone, the unprofitableness of Christian works and virtues, the right of free inquiry, with no appeal to a supreme visible tribunal, were all ideas unknown to the Catholic populations, abhorrent and anarchic in their eyes. From the general view which has been taken, we may conclude that no demand for revolution in dogma was advanced save by individuals, that the daily offices and parochial ministrations were fulfilled with increasing attention, that abuses, though rife, were not endured without protest, that the source of mischief was especially in the Roman court, which encouraged learning but made no strenuous effort to restore discipline, that the true occasions, whether of rebellion or reform, were not the discoveries and inventions of a progressive age, but deep-seated moral evils, and above all, the avarice and ambition of worldly-minded prelates thrust upon the seas of Christendom against the express injunctions of canon law, that the Bible was open, antiquity coming to be understood, an immense provision of charity laid up for the sick, the indigent, the industrial classes, for education and old age, that decrees of many synods in every country of the West pointed out the prevailing diseases and their various remedies, and that if in course of time the Council of Trent yielded the essence and the sum of all these efforts, it is entitled to the glory of the Catholic Reformation. End of section 63. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 64 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 19, The Eve of the Reformation, by Henry Charles Lee, Part 1. As the 16th century opened, Europe was standing unconscious on the brink of a crater, destined to change profoundly, by its eruption, the course of modern civilization. The Church had acquired so complete a control over the souls of men, its venerable antiquity and its majestic organization so filled the imagination, the services it had rendered seemed to call for such reverential gratitude, and its acknowledged claim to interpret the will of God to men rendered obedience so plain a duty, that the continuance of its power appeared to be an unchanging law of the universe, destined to operate throughout the limitless future. To understand the combination of forces which rent the domination of the Church into fragments, we must investigate in detail its relations with society on the eve of the disruption, and consider how it was regarded by the men of that day, with their diverse grievances more or less justifying revolt. We must here omit from consideration the benefits which the Church had conferred, and confine our attention to the antagonisms which it provoked, and to the evils for which it was held responsible. The interests and the motives at work were numerous and complex, some of them dating back for centuries, others comparatively recent, but all of them growing in intensity with the development of political institutions and popular intelligence. There has been a natural tendency to regard the Reformation as solely a religious movement, but this is an error. In the curious theocracy which dominated the Middle Ages, secular and spiritual interests became so inextricably intermingled that it is impossible wholly to disentangle them. But the motives, both remote and proximate, which led to the Lutheran revolt, were largely secular rather than spiritual. So far, indeed, as concerns our present purpose, we may dismiss the religious changes incident to the Reformation with the remark that they were not the object sought, but the means for attaining that object. The existing ecclesiastical system was the practical evolution of dogma, and the overthrow of dogma was the only way to obtain permanent relief from the intolerable abuses of that system. In primitive society the kingly and the priestly functions are commonly united. The Church and the State are one. Development leads to specialization. The functions are divided, and the struggle for supremacy, like that between the Brahman and Kshatriya castes, becomes inevitable. In medieval Europe this struggle was peculiarly intricate, for in the conversion of the barbarians a strange religion was imposed by the conquered on the conquerors, and the history of the relations between Church and State thenceforth becomes a record of the efforts of the priestly class to acquire domination, and of the military class to maintain its independence. The former gradually won. It had two enormous advantages, for it virtually monopolised education and culture, and through its democratic organization absorbed an undue share of the vigour and energy of successive generations by means of the career which it alone offered to those of lowly birth but lofty ambition. When Charles the Great fostered the Church as a civilizing agency, he was careful to preserve his mastership, but the anarchy attending the dissolution of the Empire enabled the Church to assert its pretensions, as formulated in the false decretals, and when the slow process of enlightenment again began in the 11th century, it had a most advantageous base of operations. With the development of scholastic theology in the 12th century, its claims on the obedience of the faithful were reduced to a system under which the priest became the arbiter of the eternal destiny of man, a power readily transmuted into control of his worldly fortunes by the use of excommunication and interdict. During this period, moreover, the hierarchical organization was strengthened, and the claims of the Pope as the Vicar of Christ, and as the supreme and irresponsible head of the Church, became more firmly established through the extension of its jurisdiction, original and appellate. The first half of the 13th century saw the power of these agencies fully developed, when Raymond of Toulouse was humbled with fleshly arms, and John of England with spiritual weapons, and when the long rivalry of the Papacy and Empire was virtually ended with the extinction of the House of Hohenstaufen. The expression of the supremacy thus won is to be found in the gloss of Innocent IV on the decretals, and was proclaimed to the world by Boniface VIII in the bull Unam Sanctam. This sovereignty was temporal as well as spiritual. The power of the Pope as the earthly representative of God was illimitable. In official theory, as expressed in the De Principium Regimine, which passes under the name of St. Thomas Aquinas, declared the temporal jurisdiction of kings to be simply derived from the authority entrusted by Christ to St. Peter and his successors, whence it followed that the exercise of the royal authority was subject to papal control. As Matthew of Vendôme had already sung: Papa regit reges, Dominus dominatur, acerbis principibus stabili jure jubere jubet. The arguments of Marsilio of Padua, intended to restore the imperial system of a church subordinate to the state, were of some assistance to Louis of Bavaria in his long struggle with the Papacy, but at his death they virtually disappeared from view. The councils of Constance and Basel were an effort on the part of the prelates and princes to limit the papal authority, and if they had succeeded they would have rendered the Church a constitutional monarchy in place of a despotism. But the disastrous failure at Basel greatly strengthened papal absolutism. The superiority of councils over popes, though it continued to be asserted by France in the Pragmatic Sanction of 1438, and from time to time by Germany, gradually sank into an academic question, and the popes were finally able to treat it with contempt. In 1459, at the Congress of Mantua, Pius II, in his speech to the French envoys, took occasion to assert his irresponsible supremacy, which could not be limited by general councils, and to which all princes were subject. In his extraordinary letter to Mohammed II, then in the full flush of his conquests, Pius tempted the Turk to embrace Christianity with the promise to appoint him Emperor of Greece and of the East, so that what he had won by force he might enjoy with justice. If the Pope could thus grant kingdoms, he could also take them away. George Podjebrat, King of Bohemia, committed the offence of insisting on the terms under which the Hussites had been reconciled to the Church by the Fathers of Basel, whereupon Pius II in 1464 and Paul II in 1465 summoned him to Rome to stand his trial for heresy, and the latter, without awaiting the expiration of the terms assigned, declared him deprived of the royal power, released his subjects from their allegiance, and made over his kingdom to Matthias Corvinus of Hungary, with the result of a long and devastating war. Julius II, in his strife with France, gave the finishing blow to the little kingdom of Navarre by excommunicating in 1511 those children of perdition, Jean d'Albert and his wife Catherine, and empowering the first comer to seize their dominions, an act of piety for which the rapacious Ferdinand of Aragon had made all necessary preparations. In the bull of excommunication, Julius formally asserted his plenary power, granted by God, over all nations and kingdoms, and this claim, amounting to a quasi-divinity, was sententiously expressed in one of the inscriptions at the consecration of Alexander VI in 1492. Cesare magna fuit, nunc Roma est maxima, sextus regnat Alexander, ille vir, iste Deus. While it is true that the extreme exercise of papal authority in making and unmaking kings was exceptional, still the unlimited jurisdiction claimed by the Holy See was irksome in many ways to the sovereigns of Europe, and as the time wore on and the secular authority became consolidated, it was endured with more and more impatience. There could be no hard and fast line of delimitation between the spiritual and the temporal, for the two were mutually interdependent, and the convenient phrase temporalia ad spiritualia ordinata was devised to define those temporal matters over which, as requisite to the due enjoyment of the spiritual, the Church claimed exclusive control. Moreover, it assumed the right to determine in doubtful matters the definition of this elastic term, and the secular ruler constantly found himself inconveniently limited in the exercise of his authority. The tension thence arising was increased by the happy device of legates and nuncios, by which the Holy See established, in every country, a representative, whose business it was to exercise supreme spiritual jurisdiction, and to maintain the claims of the Church, resulting in a divided sovereignty, at times exceedingly galling, and even incompatible with a well-ordered state. Rulers so orthodox as Ferdinand and Isabel asked the great National Council of Seville in 1478 how they could best prevent the residence of legates and nuncios, who not only carried much gold out of the kingdom, but interfered seriously with the royal preeminence. In this they only expressed the desires of the people, for the Estates of Castile in 1480 asked the sovereigns to make some provision with respect to the nuncios who were of no benefit and only a source of evil. Another fruitful source of complaint on the part not only of the rulers but of the national churches was the gradual extension of the claim of the Holy See to control all patronage. Innocent III has the credit of first systematically asserting this claim and exploiting it for the benefit of his cardinals and other officials. The practice increased, and in 1319 that John XXII assumed to himself the control of all prebends in every collegiate church, from the sale of which he gathered immense sums. Finally the assertion was made that the Holy See owned all benefices, and in the rules of the papal chanceries appear the prices to be charged for them, whether with or without cure of souls, showing that the traffic had become an established source of revenue. Even the rights of lay patrons and founders were disregarded, and in the provisions granted by the popes there was a special clause derogating their claims. Partly this patronage was used for direct profit, partly it was employed for the benefit of the cardinals and their retainers, on whom pluralities were heaped with unstinted hand, and the further refinement was introduced of granting to them pensions imposed on benefices and monastic foundations. Abbeys also were bestowed in commendam on titular abbots, who collected the revenues through stewards, with little heed to the maintenance of the inmates or the performance of the offices. In the eager desire to anticipate these profits of simony, vacancies were not awaited, and rights of succession, under the name of expectatives, were given or sold in advance. The deplorable results of this spiritual commerce were early apparent, and formed the subject of bitter lamentation and complaint, but to no purpose. In the 13th century Bishop Grosseteste and Saint Louis assailed it in vigorous terms. In the 14th, Bishop Alvar Pelayo, a penitentiary of John XXII, was equally fearless and unsparing in his denunciation. In 1385 Charles V of France asserted in an ordonnance that the cardinals had absorbed all the preferment in the kingdom, benefices, abbeys, orphanages, hospitals, etc., exacting revenue to the utmost, and leaving the institutions disabled and the fabric to fall into ruin. At the Council of Siena in 1423 the French prelates declared that all the benefices in France were sold by the Curia, so that the churches were reduced to desolation. In 1475 the Abbot of Abbots of the Great Cistercian Order complained that all the abbeys in France were held in commendam, and consequently were laid waste. England in self-defence had enacted, in the 14th century, the statutes of provisors in praemunire, while in 1438 France protected herself with the Pragmatic Sanction. But other nations lacked the strength or the resolution to do likewise, and the resultant irritation continued to grow ominously. In Spain, which refused to throw off the yoke as late as 1547, the Primate Siliceo of Toledo asserted in a memorial to Charles V that there were in Rome 5,000 or 6,000 Spaniards engaged in bargaining for benefices, "such being for our sins the present custom," and he added that in every cathedral chapter in the land the majority of canons had been either hostlers in Rome or traders in benefices, who scarce knew grammar enough to read their hours. In this absorption of patronage, the feature most provocative of friction with the sovereigns was the claim gradually advanced to nominate bishops. For these prelates were mostly temporal lords of no little influence, and in the political schemes of the Papacy the character of its nominees might well create uneasiness in the State. Quarrels over the exercise of their power were of frequent occurrence. Venice, for instance, which was chronically in open or concealed hostility to Rome, was very sensitive as to the fidelity of its acquisitions on the mainland, where a bishop who was the agent of an enemy might be the source of infinite mischief. Thus, in 1485, there was a struggle over the vacant see of Padua, in which Venice triumphed by sequestrating other revenues of Cardinal Michel, appointed by Innocent VIII. Again, in 1491, a contest arose over the Patriarchate of Aquileia, the primatial see of Venetia, resulting in the exile of the celebrated humanist Ermolao Barbaro, on whom Innocent had bestowed it, and the see remained vacant until Alexander VI accepted Niccolò Donato, the Venetian nominee. In 1505 Julius II refused to confirm a bishop appointed by the Signoria to the see of Cremona, as he designed the place for his favourite nephew, Galotteo della Rovere. He held out for 2 years, and finally compromised for a money payment to the Cardinal. So, when the latter died in 1508, Venice filled his see of Vicenza with Jacopo Dandolo, while Julius gave it to another nephew, Sisto Gara della Rovere, and the unseemly contest over the bishopric lasted for years. Matters were scarce better between the Holy See and its crusader, Matthias Corvinus. A serious breach was occasioned in 1465 by the effort of Paul II to enforce his claims, but Matthias took a position so aggressive that finally Sixtus IV conceded the point and confirmed his appointments. The quarrel was renewed in 1480 over the see of Modrus, which Sixtus wanted for a retainer of his nephew, Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere. The King told Sixtus that Hungary, in her customary spirit, would rather, for a third time, cut herself loose from the Catholic Church and go over to the infidel, than permit the benefices of the land to be appropriated in violation of the royal right of presentation. But after holding out for 3 years he submitted. He was more successful in 1485, when he gave the Archbishopric of Gran to Ippolito d'Este, who was a youth under age, and when Innocent VIII remonstrated, he retorted that the Pope had granted such favours to many less worthy persons. Any person appointed by the Pope might bear the title, but Ippolito should enjoy the revenues. He carried his point, and in 1487 Ippolito took possession. Spain was still less patient. Even under so weak a monarch as Henry IV, Sixtus failed to secure for his worthless nephew, Cardinal Piero Riario, the Archbishopric of Seville, which fell vacant in 1473 through the death of Alfonso de Fonseca. Although he had been regularly appointed, the Spaniards refused to receive Riario, and the see was administered by Pero Gonzalo Mendoza, Bishop of Sigüenza, until 1482, when it was filled by Iñigo Manrique. The stronger and abler Ferdinand of Aragon was even more recalcitrant. He adopted the most arbitrary measures to secure the Archbishopric of Saragossa for his natural son Alfonso, against Ausias Despuig, the nominee of Sixtus IV. Still more decisive was the struggle in Castile over the see of Cuenca in 1482, to which Sixtus appointed a Genoese cousin. Ferdinand and Isabel demanded that Spanish bishoprics should be filled only with Spaniards of their selection, to which Sixtus replied that all benefices were in the gift of the Pope, and that his power, derived from Christ, was unlimited. The sovereigns answered by calling home all their subjects resident at the Papal Court, and threatening to take steps for the convocation of a General Council. This brought Sixtus to terms. He sent a special nuncio to Spain, but they refused to receive him, and stood on their dignity until Cardinal Mendoza, then Archbishop of Toledo, intervened, when, on Sixtus withdrawing his pretensions, they allowed themselves to be reconciled. Ferdinand and his successor, Charles V, displayed the same vigour in resisting the encroachments of the Cardinals when they seized upon vacant abbacies, which happened to belong to the patronage of the Crown. It marks the abasement to which the Holy Roman Empire had fallen, when we hear that Sixtus confirmed to Frederick III and his son Maximilian a privilege granted by Eugenius IV to nominate to the sees of Brixen, Trent, Gurk, Trieste, Coire, Vienna, and Wienerich Neustadt, adding thereto the presentation to 300 benefices. These cases have a double interest as illustrating the growing tension between the Holy See and secular potentates, and the increasing disposition to meet its claims with scant measure of respect. It was constantly arrogating to itself enlarged prerogatives, and the sovereigns were less and less inclined to submission. But whether exercised by king or pope, the distribution of ecclesiastical patronage had become simple jobbery, to reward dependents or to gain pecuniary or political advantage, without regard to the character of the incumbent or the sacred duties of the office. These evils were aggravated by habitual and extravagant pluralism, of which the Holy See set an example eagerly imitated by the sovereigns. Bishoprics and benefices were showered upon the cardinals and their retainers, and upon the favourites of the popes in all parts of Europe, whose revenues were drawn to Rome, to the impoverishment of each locality, while the functions for which the revenues had been granted remained for the most part unperformed, to the irritation of the populations. Rodrigo Borgia, subsequently Alexander VI, created cardinal in his youth by his uncle Calixtus III, accumulated benefices to the aggregate of 70,000 ducats a year. Giuliano della Rovere, Julius II, likewise owed his cardinalate to his uncle Sixtus IV, who bestowed on him also the Archbishopric of Avignon and the bishoprics of Bologna, Lausanne, Coutances, Viviers, Mende, Ostia, and Velletri, with the abbeys of Nonantola and Grottaferrata. Another cardinal nephew of Sixtus was Piero Riario, who held a crowd of bishoprics yielding him 60,000 ducats a year, which he lavished in shameless excesses, dying deeply in debt. But this abuse was not confined to Rome. A notable example is that of Jean, son of René II, Duke of Lorraine. Born in 1498, he was, in 1501, appointed coadjutor to his uncle Henri, Bishop of Metz, after whose death in 1505 Jean took possession in 1508 and held the see until 1529. He then resigned it in favour of his nephew Nicolas, aged 4, but reserved the revenues and right of resumption in case of death and resignation. In 1517 he became the Bishop of Toul, and in 1518 of Terouanne, besides obtaining the cardinalate. In 1521 he added the sees of Valence and Die, in 1523 that of Verdun. Then followed the 3 archbishoprics of Narbonne, Reims, and Lyons, in 1524, 1533, and 1537. In 1538 he obtained the see of Albi, soon afterwards that of Masson, in 1541 that of Agen, and in 1542 that of Nantes. In addition he held the abbeys of Gorce, Fécamp, Cluny, Marmoutière, Saint-Ouen, Saint-Jean-de-Laon, Saint-Germer, Saint-Médard of Soissons, and Saint-Mansuy of Toul. The see of Verdun he resigned to his nephew Nicolas on the same terms as that of Metz, and when the latter, in 1548, abdicated in order to marry Marguerite d'Egmont, he resumed them both. The Archbishopric of Reims he resigned in 1538 in favour of his nephew Charles, and Lyons he abandoned in 1539. In spite of the enormous revenues derived from these scandalous pluralities, his extravagance kept him always poor, and we can imagine the condition, spiritual and temporal, of the churches and abbeys thus consigned to the negligence of a worldly prelate whose life was spent in courts. It was bad enough when these pluralists employed coadjutors to look after their numerous prelacies, but worse when they farmed them out to the highest bidder. Another ecclesiastical abuse severely felt by all sovereigns who were jealous of their jurisdiction and earnest in enforcing justice, was the exemption enjoyed by all ranks of the clergy from the authority of the secular tribunals. They were justiciable only by the spiritual courts, which could pronounce no judgment of blood, and whose leniency towards clerical offenders virtually assured to them immunity from punishment, an immunity long maintained in English jurisprudence under the well-known name of benefit of clergy. So complete was the freedom of the priesthood from all responsibility to secular authority, that the ingenuity of the doctors was taxed to find excuses for the banishment of Abiathar by Solomon. The evil of this consisted not only in the temptation to crime which it offered to those regularly bred to the Church and performing its functions, but it attracted to the lower orders of the clergy, which were not bound to celibacy or debarred from worldly pursuits, numberless criminals and vagabonds, who were thus enabled to set the officers of justice at defiance. The first defence of a thief or assassin, when arrested, was to claim that he belonged to the Church, and to display his tonsure, and the episcopal officials were vigilant in the defence of these wretches, thus stimulating crime and grievously impeding the administration of justice. Frequent efforts were made by the secular authorities to remedy these evils, but the Church resolutely maintained its prerogatives, provoking quarrels which led to increased antagonism between the laity and the clergy. The gravamina of the German nation, adopted by the Diet of Nuremberg in 1522, stated no more than the truth in asserting that the clerical immunity was responsible for countless cases of adultery, robbery, coining, arson, homicide, and false witness committed by ecclesiastics. And there was peculiar significance in the declaration that, unless the clergy were subjected to the secular courts, there was reason to fear an uprising of the people, for no justice was to be had against a clerical offender in the spiritual tribunals. Venice was peculiarly sensitive as to this interference with social order, and it is well known how her insistence on her right to enforce the laws on all offenders led to the prolonged rupture between the Republic and Paul V in the early years of the 17th century. It was a special concession to her when, in 1474, Sixtus IV admitted that, in view of the numerous clerical counterfeiters and state criminals, such offenders might be tried by secular process, with the assistance, however, of the vicar of the Patriarch of Aquileia. The extent of the abuse is indicated by an order of Leo X in 1514 to the Governor of Ascoli, authorizing him, for the sake of the peace of the community, to hand over to the secular courts all criminal married clerks who did not wear vestment and tonsure. What exasperating use could be made of this clerical privilege was shown in 1478 in the Florentine conspiracy of the Pazzi, which was engineered, with the privity of Sixtus IV, by his nephew Girolamo Riario. The assassins were two clerks, Stefano da Bagnoni and Antonio Maffei. They succeeded in killing Giuliano de Medici, and wounding Lorenzo during the Mass, thus adding sacrilege to murder, while Salviati, Archbishop of Pisa, was endeavouring to seize the palace of the Signoria. The enraged populace promptly hanged Salviati, the two assassins were put to death, and Cardinal Raffaele Sansoni Riario, another papal nephew, who was suspiciously in Florence as the guest of the Pazzi, was imprisoned. Sixtus had the effrontery to complain loudly of the violation of the liberties of the Church, and to demand of Florence satisfaction, including the banishment of Lorenzo. The Cardinal was liberated after a few weeks, during which he was detained as a hostage for the Florentines who were in Rome. But this did not appease Sixtus. He laid Florence under an interdict which was not observed, and a local council was assembled which issued a manifesto denouncing the Pope as a servant of adulterers and a vicar of Satan, and praying God to liberate his Church from a pastor who was a ravening wolf in sheep's clothing. The pretensions of the Church were evidently becoming unendurable to the advancing intelligence of the age. It was forfeiting human respect, and there was a dangerous tendency abroad to treat it as a secular institution, devoid of all special claim to reverence. This was not the only manner in which the Papacy interfered with secular justice, for towards the end of the 15th century the Papal jurisdiction spread its edges over the crimes of the laity as well as of the clergy. Since the early 13th century the Papal penitentiary had been accustomed to administer absolution, in the forum of conscience, to all applicants. In the 14th this came to be a source of profit to the Curia by reason of the graduated scale of fees demanded, and the imposition of so-called pecuniary penance, by which the sinner purchased pardon of his sins. When the Castilian Inquisition began its operation in 1481, the New Christians, as the Jewish converts were called, hurried in crowds to Rome, where they had no difficulty in obtaining from the penitentiary absolution for whatever heretical crimes they might have committed, and they then claimed that this exempted them from subsequent inquisitorial persecution. Even those who had been condemned were able to procure for a consideration letters setting aside the sentence and rehabilitating them. It was no part of the policy of Ferdinand and Isabel to allow impunity to be thus easily gained by the apostates, or to forego the abundant confiscation flowing into the royal treasury, and therefore they refused to admit that such papal briefs were valid without the royal approval. Sixtus on his part was not content to lose the lucrative business arising from Spanish intolerance, and in 1484, by the constitution Quoniam non nulli, he refuted the assertion that his briefs were valid only in the Forum Conscientiae and not in the Forum Contentiosum, and ordered them to be received as absolute authority in all courts, secular as well as ecclesiastical. This was asserting an appellate jurisdiction over all the criminal tribunals of Christendom, and through the notorious venality of the Curia, where these letters of absolution could always be had for a price, it was a serious blow to the administration of justice everywhere. Not content with this, the power was delegated to the peripatetic vendors of indulgences, who thus carried impunity for crime to every man's door. The St. Peter's indulgences, sold by Tetzel and his colleagues, were of this character, and not only released the purchasers from all spiritual penalties, but forbade all secular or criminal prosecution. These monstrous pretensions were reiterated by Paul III in 1549 and by Julius III in 1550. It was impossible for secular rulers tamely to submit to this sale of impunity for crime. In Spain the struggle against it continued with equal obstinacy on each side, and it was fortunate that the Reformation came to prevent the Holy See from rendering all justice, human and divine, a commodity to be sold in open market. There was another of the so-called liberties of the Church which brought it into collision with temporal princes, the exemption from taxation of all ecclesiastical property, so vigorously proclaimed by Boniface VIII in the bull Clericis Laicos. Although, under pressure from Philip the Fair, this declaration was annulled by the Council of Vienne, the principle remained unaffected. The piety of successive generations had brought so large a portion of the wealth of Europe, estimated at fully 1/3, into the hands of the Church, that the secular power was becoming more and more disinclined to exempt it from the burdens of the State. Under Paul II, 1464 1471, the endeavours of Venice and of Florence to subject such property to taxation were the cause of serious and prolonged difficulties with Rome. In fact, the relations between the Papacy and the sovereigns of Europe were becoming more and more strained in every way, as the transformation took place from the feudal institutions of the Middle Ages to the monarchical absolutism of the modern era. The nationalities were becoming organized, save in Germany, with a consciousness of unity that they had never before possessed, and with new aims and aspirations necessitating settled lines of policy. Less and less they felt themselves mere portions of the great Christian commonwealth under the supreme guidance of the Vicar of Christ, and less were they inclined to submit to his commands or to permit his interference with their affairs. In 1464 Louis XI forbade the publication of papal bulls until they should be submitted to him and receive the royal exequatur. Spain followed his example, and this became the settled policy of all sovereigns able to assert their independence. End of section 64. Section 65 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 19. The Eve of the Reformation by Henry Charles Lea. Part 2. The incompatibility between the papal pretensions and the royal prerogative was intensified not only by the development of the monarchies, but by the increasing secularization of the Holy See. It had long been weighted down by its territorial possessions, which led it to subordinate its spiritual duties to its acquisitive ambition. When, about 1280, Nicholas III offered the cardinalate to the blessed John of Parma, he refused it, saying that he could give good counsel if there was any one to listen to him, but that in Rome salvation of souls was of small account in comparison with wars and intrigues. So it had been, and so it continued to be. The fatal necessity of defending the patrimony of St. Peter against the assaults of unscrupulous neighbours, and the even more fatal eagerness to extend its boundaries governed by papal policy to the virtual exclusion of loftier aims. Even the transfer to Avignon did not serve to release the Holy See from these chains which bound it to the earth, as was seen in the atrocious war waged by Clement V to gain Ferrara, in the long contest of John XXII with the Visconti, and in the bloody subjugation of revolted communities by Cardinal Albornoz as legate of Urban V. The earlier half of the 15th century was occupied with the Great Schism and the struggle between the Papacy and the General Councils. But on the final and triumphant assertion of Papal absolutism, the Popes became to all intents and purposes mere secular princes, to whom religion was purely an instrument for supplementing territorial weakness in the attainment of worldly ends. Religion was, in fact, a source of no little strength, increasing the value of the Papacy as an ally and its power as an enemy. Among the Transalpine nations, at least, there was still enough reverence felt for the Vicar of Christ to render open rupture undesirable. Then there remained the sentence of excommunication and interdict, a force in reserve, always to be borne in mind by hostile states. There was also the supreme authority to bind and to loose, whereby a Pope could always release himself from inconvenient agreements, and was absolved from observing any compacts, while, if the conscience of an ally chanced to be tender, it could be relieved in the same manner. Still more important was the inexhaustible source of revenue derived from the headship of the Church and the power of the keys, the levying of the annates and tithes, and the sale of dispensations, absolutions, and indulgences. These were exploited in every way that ingenuity could suggest, draining Europe of its substance for the maintenance of papal armies and fleets, and of a court unrivalled in its sumptuous magnificence, until the Holy See was everywhere regarded with detestation. It was this temporal sovereignty which rendered possible the existence of such a succession of pontiffs as disgraced the end of the 15th and commencement of the 16th century, such careers as those of Alexander VI and Cesare Borgia, such a catastrophe as the sack of Rome in 1527. Even before these evils had grown to such appalling magnitude, Dante had expressed the opinion of all thoughtful men in deploring the results which had followed the so-called donation of Constantine. By the middle of the 15th century, Lorenzo Valla, in his demonstration of the fraud, assumed that the corruption of the Church and the wars which desolated Italy were its direct consequence, and few more eloquent and powerful indictments of the Papacy are to be found than the bold utterances in which he warned the Holy See that princes and peoples could not much longer endure its tyranny and wickedness. Remonstrances and warnings were in vain, the Papacy became more and more secularized, and as the pressure grew more inexorable, men asked themselves why, if the headship of St. Peter were founded on Christ's injunction to feed his sheep, St. Peter's successor employed that headship rather to shear and slaughter. Papal history, in fact, as soon as the Holy See had vindicated its supremacy over general councils, becomes purely a political history of diplomatic intrigues, of alliances made and broken, of military enterprises. In following it, no one would conclude, from internal evidence, that the Papacy represented interests higher than those of any other petty Italian prince, or that it claimed to be the incarnation of a faith divinely revealed to ensure peace on earth and goodwill to men, save when, occasionally in a papal letter, and unctuous expression is employed to shroud some peculiarly objectionable design. The result of this, even in the hands of a man like Pius II, not wholly without loftier impulses, is seen in his complaint, March 12, 1462, to the Milanese envoy. All the states of Italy, he said, were hostile, save Naples and Milan, in both of which the existing governments were precarious. His own subjects were always on the brink of revolt, and many of his cardinals were on the side of France, which was threatening him with a council and was ready to provoke a schism unless he would abandon Ferdinand of Naples for René of Anjou. France, moreover, dragged Spain and Burgundy with her, while Germany was equally unfriendly. The powerful Archbishop of Mainz was hostile, and was supported by most of the princes, who were offended at the papal relations with the powerful Frederick III, and he again was at war with the King of Hungary, while the King of Bohemia was half a heretic. The position was no better under his successor, Paul II, who at his death in 1471 left the Holy See without a friend in Italy; everywhere it was regarded with hatred and distrust. Under Sixtus IV there was no improvement, and in 1490 Innocent VIII threatened to leave Italy and find a refuge elsewhere. He had not a friend or an ally. The treasury was exhausted, the barons of the patrimony were rebellious, and Ferdinand of Naples openly talked of entering Rome, lance in rest, to teach the Pope to do justice. The Church had conquered heresy, it had overcome schism, there was no question of faith to distract men's minds, yet this was the antagonistic position which the head of Christendom had forced upon the nations whose allegiance it claimed. During the half century preceding the Reformation there was constant shifting of scene. Enemies were converted into allies and allies into enemies, but the spirit of the Papacy remained the same, and whatever might be the political combination of the moment, the Christian nations at large regarded it as a possible enemy, whose friendship was not to be trusted, for it was always fighting for its own hand. Or rather, as the increasing nepotism of successive pontiffs ruled its policy, for the aggrandizement of worthless scions of the papal stock, such as Girolamo Riario, or Franceschetto Cibo, or Cesare Borgia. Julius II, it is true, was less addicted to nepotism, and made and broke treaties and waged war for the enlargement of the papal territories, producing on the awakening intelligence of Europe the impression which Erasmus condenses in such a way as to show how threatening was the spirit evoked by the secularization of the Holy See. In the Encomium Moriae, written in 1510, he describes the spiritual and material weapons employed by the popes against those who, at the instigation of the devil, seek to nibble at the patrimony of St. Peter, fighting not only with bulls of excommunication, but with fire and sword, to the shedding of much Christian blood, and believing themselves to be defending the Church against her enemies, as if she could have any worse enemies than impious pontiffs. Leo X followed with a pale imitation of the policy of Alexander VI, his object being the advancement of the Medici family and the preservation of the papal dominions in the fierce strife between France and Spain. To him the Papacy was a personal possession, out of which the possessor was expected to make the most, religion being an entirely subordinate affair. His conception of his duties is condensed in the burst of exultation attributed to him on his election: "Let us enjoy the Papacy, since God has given it to us." Under the circumstances, the Holy See could inspire neither respect nor confidence. Universal distrust was the rule between the States, and the Papacy was merely a State whose pretensions to care for the general welfare of Christendom were recognised as diplomatic heresy. When in 1462 Pius II took the desperate step of resolving to lead in person the proposed crusade, he explained that this was the only way to convince Europe of his sincerity. When he levied a tithe, he said, for the war with the infidel, appeal was made to a future council. When he issued indulgences, he was accused of greed. Whatever was done was attributed to the desire to raise money, and no one trusted the papal word. Like a bankrupt trader, he was without credit. This distrust of the Papacy with regard to its financial devices for the prosecution of the war with the Turk was universally entertained, and it lent a sharper edge to the dissatisfaction of those called upon to contribute. At the Diet of Frankfort in 1454, and at the Congress of Mantua in 1459, the overwhelming danger to Europe from the Turkish advance failed to stimulate the princes to action, for they asserted that the Papal purpose was to get their money, not to fight the infidel. In this some injustice was done to Calixtus III and Pius II, who at heart were earnest in the crusading spirit, but it was justified in the case of their successors. Men saw large sums raised ostensibly for that object by tithes on ecclesiastical revenues, and by the innumerable crusading indulgences which were preached whenever the secular authorities would permit, while no effective measures were adopted to oppose the Turk. It is true that in 1480 the capture of Otranto caused a panic throughout Italy which forced the Italian states to unite for its recovery. But scarce was this accomplished, in 1481, when Sixtus IV, in alliance with Venice, plunged into a war with Naples, and after he had been forced to make peace, turned his arms against his ally and gave 50,000 ducats to equip a fleet against the Republic, ducats probably supplied by the crusading indulgence which he had just published. Such had in fact been the Papal practice, since in the 13th century Gregory IX had proclaimed that the home interests of the Holy See were more important than the defence of the Holy Land, and that crusading money could be more advantageously expended in Italy than in Palestine. There was no scruple about applying to the needs of the moment money derived from any source whatever, and in spite of the large amounts raised under the pretext of crusades, which never started, the extravagance of the Papal court and its military enterprises left it almost always poor. Popes and cardinals rivalled each other in the sumptuousness of their buildings. Never were religious solemnities and public functions performed with such profuse magnificence, nor was greater liberality exercised in the encouragement of art and literature. Paul II had a sedia gestatoria built for the Christmas ceremonies of 1466, which was an artistic wonder, costing, according to popular report, more than a palace. Yet this Pope so managed his finances that on his death, in 1471, he left behind him an enormous treasure in money and jewels and costly works of antique art. We hear of pearls inventoried at 300,000 ducats, the gold and jewels of 2 tiaras appraised at 300,000 more, and other precious stones and ornaments at 1,000,000. All this was wasted by Sixtus IV on his worthless kindred, and on the wars in which he was involved for their benefit, and he left the treasury deeply in debt. His successor, Innocent VIII, was equally reckless and was always in straits for money, though his son, Franceschetto Cibo, could coolly lose in a single night 14,000 ducats to Cardinal Riario, and in another 8,000 to Cardinal Belloue. The pontificate of Alexander VI was notorious for the splendour of its banquets and public solemnities, as well as for the enormous sums consumed in the ambitious enterprises of Cesare Borgia. Julius II lavished money without stint on his wars as well as on architecture and art, yet he left 200,000 ducats in his treasury, besides jewels and regalia to a large amount. The careless magnificence of Leo X, his schemes for the aggrandizement of his family, and his patronage of art and letters soon exhausted this reserve as well as all available sources of revenue. He was always in need of money and employed ruinous expedients to raise it. When he died he left nothing but debts, through which his nearest friends were ruined, and a treasury so empty that at his funeral the candles used were those which had already seen service at the obsequies of Cardinal Riario. When we consider that this lavish and unceasing expenditure, incurred to gratify the ambition and vanity of successive vicars of Christ, was ultimately drawn from the toil of the peasantry of Europe, and that probably the larger part of the sums thus exacted disappeared in the handling before the residue reached Rome, We can understand the incessant complaints of the oppressed populations, and the hatred which was silently stored up to await the time of explosion. Thus we may reasonably conclude that in its essence the Reformation was due more largely to financial than to religious considerations. The terrible indictment of the Papacy, which Ulrich von Hutten addressed to Leo X, December 1st, 1517, contains not a word about faith or doctrine. The whole gravamen consists in the abuse of power, the spoliations, the exactions, the oppression, the sale of dispensations and pardons, the fraudulent devices whereby the wealth of Germany was cunningly transferred to Rome, and the stirring up of strife among Christians in order to defend or to extend the patrimony of St. Peter. In every way the revenues thus enjoyed and squandered by the Curia were scandalous and oppressive. To begin with, the cost of their collection was enormous. The accounts of the Papal agent for first fruits in Hungary for the year 1320 show that, of 1,913 florins collected, only 732 reached the Papal treasury. With a more thorough organization in later periods the returns were better, but when the device was adopted of employing bankers to collect the proceeds of annates and indulgences, the share allotted to those who conducted the business and made advances was ruinously large. In the contract for the faithful St. Peter's indulgence with the Fuggers of Augsburg, their portion of the receipts was to be 50%. Even worse was it when these revenues were farmed out, for the banker who depended for his profits on the extent of his sales or collections was not likely to be over nice in his methods, nor to exercise much restraint over his agents. Europe was overrun with pardon sellers who had purchased letters empowering them to sell indulgences, whether of a general character or for some church or hospital, and for centuries their lies, their frauds, their exactions, and their filthy living were the cause of the bitterest and most indignant complaints. Even more demoralizing were the revenues derived from the sale of countless dispensations for marriage within the prohibited degrees, for the holding of pluralities, for the numerous kinds of irregularities and other breaches of the canon law, so that its prescriptions might almost seem to have been framed for the purpose of enabling the Holy See to profit by their violation. No less destructive to morals were the absolutions, which amounted to a sale of pardons for sin of every description, as though the Decalogue had been enacted for this very purpose. There was also a thriving business done in the composition for unjust gains, whereby fraudulent traders, usurers, robbers, and other malefactors, on paying to the Church a portion of their illegal acquisitions, were released from the obligation of making restitution. In every way the power of the keys and the treasure of the merits of Christ were exploited, without any regard for moral consequences. Deplorable as was this effacement of the standards of right and wrong, all these were at least voluntary payments, which perhaps rather predisposed the thoughtless in favour of the Church, who so benignantly exercised her powers to relieve the weaknesses of the human nature. It was otherwise, however, with the traffic in benefices and expectatives, which filled the parishes and chapters with unworthy incumbents, not only neglectful of their sacred duties, but seeking to recoup themselves for their expenditure by exactions from their subjects. A standing grievance was the exaction of the annates, which, since their regulation by Boniface IX and the fruitless effort of the Council of Basel to abolish them, continued to be the source of bitter complaint. They consisted of a portion, usually computed at 1/2 of the estimated revenue of a benefice, worth 25 florins or more, collected on every change of incumbents. Thus the Archbishopric of Rouen was taxed at 12,000 florins, and the little see of Grenoble at 300, the great Abbacy of Saint Denis at 6,000, and the little Saint Cyprien of Poitiers at 33, while all parish cures in France were rated uniformly at 24 ducats, equivalent to about 30 florins. As though these burdens were not enough, pensions on benefices and religious houses were lavishly granted to the favourites of popes and cardinals, for the Pope was master of all church property, and was limited in its distribution by nothing but his own discretion. Thus the people on whom these burdens ultimately fell were taught to hate the clergy as the clergy hated the Holy See. Of all its oppressions, however, that which excited the fiercest clerical antagonism was the power which it exercised of demanding a tithe of all ecclesiastical revenues whenever money was needed, under the pretext, generally, of carrying on the war with the infidel. As early as 1240 Gregory IX called for a 20th to aid him in his struggle with Frederick II, and his legate at the Council of Saint Louis forced the French bishops to give their assent. But Saint Louis interposed and forbade it. Nevertheless, Franciscan emissaries were sent to collect it under threats of excommunication, causing, as Saint Louis declared, so great a hatred of the Holy See that only the strenuous exercise of the royal power kept the Gallican Church in the Roman obedience. He subsequently took measures to protect it from these exactions without the royal assent, but Germany was defenceless, and the papal demands were here the source of bitter exasperation and resistance. When in 1354 his Italian wars caused Innocent VI to impose a tithe on the German clergy, the whole Church of the Empire rose in indignation, and was ready to resort to any extremity of opposition. Frederick, Bishop of Ratisbon, seized the papal collector and confined him in a castle, while the papal nuncio, the Bishop of Cavaillon, with his assistant, narrowly escaped an ambush set for his life. A similar storm was aroused when, in 1372, Gregory XI repeated the levy. The clergy of Mainz bound themselves by a solemn mutual agreement not to pay it, while Frederick, Archbishop of Cologne, pledged his assistance to his clergy in their refusal to submit. Despite this resistance, the Papacy prevailed, but with the decline of respect for the Holy See in the second half of the 15th century, it was not always able to enforce its demands. When, at the Congress of Mantua in 1459, Pius II levied a tithe for his crusade, the German princes refused to allow it to be collected, and he prudently shrank from the issue. In 1487 Innocent VIII repeated the attempt, but the German clergy protested so energetically that he was forced to abandon his intention. When in 1500 Alexander VI adopted the same expedient, Henry VII permitted the collection in England, but the French clergy refused to pay. They were consequently excommunicated, whereupon they asked the University of Paris whether the excommunication was valid, and on receiving a negative answer, quietly continued to perform their sacred functions. The University, in fact, had long paid little respect to papal utterances. When Eugenius IV and Nicholas V ordered the prosecution as heretics of those who taught the doctrines of John of Poilly respecting the validity of confessions to mendicant friars, the University denounced the bulls as surreptitious and not to be obeyed, and this position is held persistently until the Holy See was obliged to give way. There evidently were ample causes of dissension in the Church between its head and its members, and the tension continued to increase. An even more potent, because more constant, source of antagonism was the venality of the Curia and its pitiless exactions from the multitudes who were obliged to have recourse to it. This had always been the case since the Holy See had succeeded in concentrating in itself the supreme jurisdiction, original and appellate, so that all questions concerning the spirituality could be brought before it. At the Council of Saint Basile in 992, Arnoul of Orleans unhesitatingly denounced Rome as a place where justice was put up to auction for the highest bidder, and similar complaints continued through the Middle Ages with ever increasing vehemence, as its sphere of operations widened and its system became more intricate and more perfect. As Dietrich of Nieheim says, it was a gulf which swallowed everything, a sea into which all rivers poured without its overflowing, and happy was he who could escape its clutches without being stripped. Even Aeneas Sylvius, before he attained the Papacy, had no scruple in asserting that everything was for sale in Rome, and that nothing was to be had there without money. The enormous business concentrated in the Holy City from every corner of Christendom required a vast army of officials who were supported by fees, and whose numbers were multiplied oppressively, especially after Boniface IX had introduced the sale of offices as a financial expedient. Thus, in 1487, when Sixtus IV desired to redeem his tiara and jewels, pledged for a loan of 100,000 ducats, he increased his secretaries from 6 to 24, and required each to pay 2,600 florins for the office. In 1503, to raise funds for Cesare Borgia, Alexander VI created 80 new offices and sold them for 660 ducats apiece. Julius II formed a "college" of 101 scriveners of papal briefs, in return for which they paid him 74,000 ducats. Leo X appointed 60 chamberlains and 140 squires, with certain perquisites for which the former paid him 90,000 ducats and the latter 112,000 ducats. Places thus paid for were personal property, transferable by sale, and Leo X levied a commission of 5% on such transactions, and then made over the proceeds to Cardinal Tarlato, a retainer of the Medici family. Bouchard tells us that in 1483 he bought the mastership of ceremonies from his predecessor Patrizi for 450 ducats, which covered all expenses, and that in 1505 he vainly offered Julius II 2,000 for a vacant scrivenership, but soon afterwards he bought the succession to an abbreviatorship for 2,040. As Bouchard was still Master of Ceremonies and Bishop of Horta, it is evident that this was simply an investment for the fees of an office which carried with it no duties. The whole machinery was thus manifestly devised for the purpose of levying as large a tax as possible on the multitudes whose necessities brought them to the Curia, and its rapacity was proverbial. The hands through which every document passed were multiplied to an incredible degree, and each one levied his share upon it. Besides, there were heavy charges, which do not appear in the rules of the Chancery, and which doubtless inured to the benefit of the Papal Camera, so that the official tax tables bear but a slender proportion to the actual cost of briefs to suitors. Thus certain briefs obtained for the city of Cologne in 1393, of which the charge, according to the tables, was 11½ florins, cost, when delivered, 266, and in 1423 some similar privileges for the Abbey of St. Albans were paid for at 40 times the amount provided in the tables. Thus the army of officials constituting the Curia not only cost nothing to the Holy See, but brought in revenue, and its exactions rendered it an object of execration throughout Christendom. The administration of justice was provocative of even greater detestation. The business flowing in from every part of Europe was necessarily enormous, and the effort seems to have been not to expedite but to prolong it, and to render it as costly as possible to the pleader. We hear incidentally of a suit between the Teutonic Order and the clergy of Riga, concerning the somewhat trivial question whether the latter were privileged to wear the vestments of the order, in the course of which, in 1430, the agent of the order writes from Rome that he had already expended on it 14,000 ducats, and that 6,000 more would be required to bring it to a conclusion. The sale of benefices and expectatives was in itself a most lucrative source of profit to the Roman courts, for in the magnitude and complexity of the business, mistakes, accidental or otherwise, were frequent, leading to conflicting claims which could be adjudicated only in Rome. The Gallican Church, assembled at the Council of Bourges in 1438, declared that this was the cause of innumerable suits and contentions between the servants of God, that quarrels and hatreds were excited, the greed of pluralities was stimulated, the money of the kingdom was exhausted, pleaders forced to have recourse to the Roman courts were reduced to poverty, and rightful claims were set aside in favour of those whose greater cunning or larger means enabled them to profit through the frauds rendered possible by the complexities of the papal graces. France protected herself by the Pragmatic Sanction until its final abrogation in 1516 by the Concordat between Francis I and Leo X excited intense dissatisfaction, and was one of the causes which favoured the rapid spread of the Lutheran heresy there. Germany had not been so fortunate, and among the grievances presented in 1510 to the Emperor Maximilian was enumerated the granting of expectatives without number and often the same to several persons, as giving rise to daily lawsuits, so that the money laid out in the purchase and that expended in the suit were alike lost, and it became a proverb that whoever obtained an expectative from Rome ought to lay aside with it 100 or 200 gold pieces to be expended in rendering it effective. Another of the grievances was that cases which ought to have been decided at home, where there were good and upright judges, were carried without distinction to Rome. There was, in fact, no confidence felt in the notoriously venal Roman courts, and their very name was an abomination in Germany. The pressing necessities of the Papacy had found another source of relief which did not bear so directly on the nations, but was an expedient fatally degrading to the dignity and character of the Holy See. This was the sale of the highest office in the Church next to the Papacy itself, the red head of the Cardinalate. The reputation of the Sacred College was already rapidly deteriorating through the nepotism of the pontiffs, who thrust their kinsmen into it irrespective of fitness, or yielded to the pressure of monarchs and appointed their unworthy favourites in order to secure some temporary political advantage. Thus its decadence and secularization were rapid through the second half of the 15th century, but a lower depth was reached when in 1500 Alexander VI created 12 cardinals, from whose appointment Cesare Borgia secured the sum of 120,000 ducats, and whose character may readily be surmised. In 1503, with the same object, 9 more were appointed, and again Cesare obtained between 120,000 and 130,000 ducats. Even Julius II, in his creation of cardinals in April 1511, did not scruple to make some of them pay heavily for the promotion, and in this he was imitated by Leo X in 1517, on the notorious occasion of the swamping of the Sacred College. It was only a step from this to the purchase of the Papacy itself, and both Alexander VI and Julius II obtained the pontificate by bribery. So commonly known indeed was the venality of the Sacred College, that at the death of Innocent VIII in 1492, Charles VIII was currently reported to have deposited 200,000 ducats and Genoa 100,000 in a Roman bank, in order to secure the election of Giuliano della Rovere, but Rodrigo Borgia carried off the prize. Under a similar conviction, when in 1511 Julius II was thought to be on his deathbed, and the Emperor Maximilian conceived the idea of securing his own election to the expected vacancy, his first step was to try to obtain a loan of 200,000 or 300,000 ducats from the Fuggers Bank on the security of his jewels and insignia. That Maximilian should have entertained such a project is a significant illustration of the complete secularization of the Holy See. Under such influences it is no wonder that Rome had become a centre of corruption, whence infection was radiated throughout Christendom. In the middle of the 14th century, Petrarch exhausts his rhetoric in describing the abominations of the papal city of Avignon, where everything was vile, and the return of the Curia to Rome transferred to that city the supremacy in wickedness. In 1499 the Venetian ambassador describes it as the sewer of the world, and Machiavelli asserts that through its example all devotion and all religion had perished in Italy. In 1490 it numbered 6,000 public women, an enormous proportion for a population not exceeding 100,000. The story is well known how Cardinal Borgia, who as Vice Chancellor openly sought pardons for crime, when reproved for this, replied that God desires not the death of sinners, but that they should pay and live. If the diary of Infessura is suspect on the account of his partisanship, that of Burchard is unimpeachable, and his placid recital of the events passing under his eyes presents to us a society too depraved to take shame at its own wickedness. The public marriage, he says, of the daughters of Innocent VIII and Alexander VI set the fashion for the clergy to have children, and they diligently followed it, for all, from the highest to the lowest, kept concubines, while the monasteries were brothels. The official conscience was illustrated in the hospital of San Giovanni in Laterano, where the confessor, when he found that the patient had money, would notify the physician, who thereupon would administer a deadly dose, and the two would seize and divide the spoils. Had the physician contented himself with this industry he might have escaped detection, but he varied it by going into the streets every morning and shooting with a crossbow people whose pockets he then emptied, for which he was duly hanged (May 27th, 1500). The foulness of the debaucheries in which Alexander VI emulated the worst excesses of the Pagan Empire was possible only in a social condition of utter corruption, and as a knowledge of the facts filtered through the consciousness of Europe, contempt was added to the detestation so generally entertained for the Holy See. This was ominously expressed in 1501 in a letter to Alexander VI, from a knight and 2 men at arms who had despoiled the convent of Weissenburg and had disregarded the consequent excommunication. Under the canon law this rendered them suspect of heresy, for which they were summoned to Rome to answer for their faith. They replied in a tone of unconcealed irony. The journey, they say, is too long, so they send a profession of faith, including a promise of obedience to a Pope honestly elected, who has not sullied the Holy See with immoralities and scandals. End of section 66. Section 66 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 19. The Eve of the Reformation, by Henry Charles Lea. Part 3. In fact, one of the most urgent symptoms of the necessity of a new order of things was the complete divorce between religion and morality. There was abundant zeal in debating minute points of faith, but little in evoking from it an exemplary standard of life. As Pius II said of the conventual Franciscans, they were generally excellent theologians, but gave themselves little trouble with virtue. The sacerdotal system, developed by the dialectics of the schoolmen, had constructed a routine of external observances through which salvation was to be gained not so much by abstinence from sin, as by its pardon through the intervention of the priest, whose supernatural powers were in no way impaired by the scandals of his daily life. Except within the pale of the pagan Renaissance, never was there a livelier dread of future punishment, but this punishment was to be escaped, not by amendment, but by confession, absolution, and indulgences. This frame of mind is exemplified by the condottiere Vitellozzo Vitelli, who, when after a life steeped in crime he was suddenly strangled by Cesare Borgia in 1502, felt no more poignant regret than that he could not obtain absolution from the Pope, and that Pope was Alexander VI. Society was thoroughly corrupt, perhaps less so in the lower than in the higher classes, but no one can read the Lenten sermons of the preachers of the time, even with full allowance for rhetorical exaggeration, without recognizing that the world has rarely seen a more debased standard of morality than that which prevailed in Italy in the closing years of the Middle Ages. Yet at the same time never were there greater outward manifestations of devotional zeal. A man like San Giovanni Capistrano could scarce walk the streets of a city without an armed guard to preserve his life from the surging crowds eager to secure a rag of his garments as a relic, or carry away some odour of his holiness by touching him with a stick. Venice, which cared little for an interdict, offered in vain 10,000 ducats in 1455 for a seamless coat of Christ. Siena and Perugia went to war over the wedding ring of the Virgin. At no period was there greater faith in the thaumaturgic virtue of images and saintly relics. Never were religious solemnities so gorgeously celebrated. Never were processions so magnificent or so numerously attended. Never were fashionable shrines so largely thronged by pilgrims. In his Encheiridion Militis Christiani, written in 1502, and approved by Adrian II, then head of the University of Louvain, Erasmus had the boldness to protest against this new kind of Judaism, which placed its reliance on observances, like magic rites, which drew men away from Christ. And again, in 1519, in a letter to Cardinal Albrecht of Mainz, he declared that religion was degenerating into a more than Judaistic formalism of ceremonies, and that there must be a change. A priesthood trained in this formalism, which had practically replaced the ethical values of Christianity, secure that its supernatural attributes were unaffected by the most flagitious life, and selected by such methods as were practised by the Curia and imitated by the prelates, could not be expected to rise above the standards of the community. Rather, indeed, were the influences to which the clergy were exposed adapted to depress them below the average. They were clothed with virtually irresponsible power over their subjects, they were free from the restraints of secular law, and they were condemned to celibacy in times when no man was expected to be continent. For 300 years it had been the constant complaint that the people were contaminated by their pastors, and the complaint continued. After the death of Calixtus III in 1458, the Cardinals about to enter the conclave were told in the address made to them by Domenico de Domenici, Bishop of Torcello, "The morals of the clergy are corrupt, they have become an offence to the laity, all discipline is lost. From day to day the respect for the Church diminishes, the power of her censures is almost gone." In 1519, Brisonnet, Bishop of Meaux, in his diocesan synod, did not shrink from describing the Church as a stronghold of vice, a city of refuge from transgression, where one could live in safety, free from all fear of punishment. The antagonism towards the priesthood, thus aroused among the people, was indicated in the career of Hans Boeheim, a wandering musician, who settled in Niklashausen, where he announced revelations from the Virgin. She instructed him to proclaim to her people that she could no longer endure the pride, the avarice, and the lust of the priesthood, and that the world would be destroyed because of their wickedness, unless they should speedily amend their ways. Tithes and tribute should be purely voluntary. Tolls and customs dues and game preserving should be abolished. Rome had no claim to the primacy of the Church. Purgatory was a figment, and he had power to rescue souls from hell. The fame of the inspired preacher spread far and wide between the Rhineland and Meissen. Crowds from all quarters flocked to hear him, and he frequently addressed assemblages rated at 20,000 or 30,000 souls, who brought him rich offerings. In 1476, Rudolph, Bishop of Würzburg, put an end to this dangerous propaganda by seizing and burning the prophet, but belief in him continued until Dieter of Mainz placed an interdict on the church of Niklashausen in order to check the concourse of pilgrims who persisted in visiting it. Perhaps the most complete and instructive presentation which we have of the opinions and aspirations of the mediaeval populations is embodied in the ample series of the Spanish Cortes, published by the Real Academia de la Historia. In the petitions of Cayers of these representative bodies we find an uninterrupted expression of hostility towards the Church, unrelieved by any recognition of services, whether as the guardian of religious truth or as the mediator between God and man. To the Castilian of the 14th and 15th centuries it was simply an engine of oppression, an instrument through which rapacious men could satisfy their greed and inflict misery on the people by its exactions and its constantly encroaching jurisdiction, enforced through unrestricted power of excommunication. Bitter were the reiterated complaints of the immunity which it afforded to criminals, and there was constant irritation at clerical exemption from public duties and burdens. In short, it seems to have been regarded as a public enemy, and the slight respect in which it was held is amply evidenced in the repeated complaints of the spoliation of churches which were robbed of their sacred vessels, apparently without compunction. The popular literature of the period similarly reflects this mingled contempt and hatred for the priesthood. The Franciscan Thomas Murner, who subsequently was one of the most savage opponents of Luther, in the curious rhymed sermons which in 1512 he preached in Frankfort on the Main, and which, under the names of the Schelmenzunft and the Narrenbeschwerung, had a wide popularity, is never tired of dwelling on the scandals of all classes of the clergy, from bishops to monks and nuns. All are worldly, rapacious, and sensual. When the lay lord has shorn the sheep, the priest comes and fairly disembowels it, the begging friar follows and gets what he can, and then the pardoner. If a bishop is in want of money, he sends around his fiscal among the parish priests to extort payment for the privilege of keeping their concubines. In the nunneries the sister who has the most children is made the abbess. If Christ were on earth today he would be betrayed, and Judas would be reckoned as honest men. The devil is really the ruler of the Church, whose prelates perform his work. They are too ignorant to discharge their duties and require coadjutors. It would be well for them could they likewise have substituted in hell. The wolf preached and sang mass, so as to gather the geese round him, and then seized and ate them. So it is with prelate and priest who promise all things and pretend to care for souls until they get their benefices, when they devour their flocks. The immense applause with which these attacks on the abuses of the Church were everywhere received, and others of a similar character in Eulenspiegel, Sebastian Brandt's Narrenschiff, Johann Faber's Tractatus de Ruine Ecclesiae Planctu, and the Encomium Moriae of Erasmus, their translation into many languages, and wide circulation throughout Europe, show how thoroughly they responded to the popular feeling, how dangerously the Church had forfeited the respect of the masses, and how deeply rooted was the aversion which it had inspired. The priests hated Rome for her ceaseless exactions, and the people hated the priests with perhaps even better reason. So bitter was this dislike that in 1502 Erasmus tells us that among laymen to call a man a cleric or a priest or a monk was an unpardonable insult. This antagonism was fostered by the pulpit, which until the invention of printing and the diffusion of education was the only channel of access to the masses. Neglected by the bishops, involved in worldly cares and indulgence, and by the parish priests, too ignorant and too indolent to employ it, the duty of preaching fell, for the most part, to volunteers, who, like Thomas Murner, were usually mendicant friars, and consequently hostile to the secular clergy. Their influence on public opinion was great. With coarse and vigorous eloquence they attacked abuses of all kinds, whether in Church or State, and with an almost incredible hardihood they aroused the people to a sense of their wrongs. A favourite topic was the contrast between the misery of the lower classes and the luxury of the prelates, their hawks and hounds, their splendid retinues, and the lavish adornment of their female companions. The licentiousness of the clergy was not spared. According to one of them, the wealth of the Church only serves as a pair of bellows to kindle the fires of lust. The earliest of these bold demagogues of whom we have authentic details was Fulk de Nully, who in the closing years of the 12th century traversed France, calling the people to repentance and listened to by immense crowds. He was especially severe on the vices of the clergy, and it is related of him that at Lisieux, to silence him, they threw him into prison and loaded him with chains. But his saintliness had won for him thaumaturgic power, and he walked forth unharmed. Thomas Connect, a Carmelite of Brittany, was another wandering preacher who produced an immense impression wherever he went, and we are told that his invectives against the priesthood won him especial applause. But when in 1432 he went to Rome to lash the vices of the Curia, he was speedily found to be a heretic, and he perished at the stake. Although Saint Bonaventura deprecated, on account of the scandals and quarrels which it provoked, the mendicant preacher's habit of attacking the corruption of the priesthood, it was ever a favourite topic, and the preaching of such men as Oliver Maillard, Geiler von Kaysenberg, Guillaume Pepin, Jean Claret, Michel Menot, and a host of others, unquestionably contributed largely to stimulate the irresistible impulse which finally insisted on reform. With the invention of printing, their eloquence reached larger audiences, for their sermons were collected and printed and received a wide circulation. That a reform of the Church in its head and its members was necessary had long been generally conceded. For more than a century Europe had been clamouring for it. For this it had gathered its learning and piety at Constance, 1414 to 1418. The Curia had skilfully eluded the demands, and the Assembly delegated the task to future councils, which, by the decree Frequens, it decreed should be convoked at regular intervals of 7 years. In obedience to this decree, a council met at Pavia and Siena in 1423 1424, where the effort was again made and again frustrated. When the term came round in 1431, and the Church, assembled at Basel, determined not to be baulked again, the resolute energy of the reformers speedily caused a rupture with the Papacy, and the Basilian canons, aimed at some of the more crying abuses, were steadfastly ignored. The responsibility thus devolved upon the Papacy, which had rendered abortive the efforts of the councils, and, after its bitter experience at Basel, had successfully resisted the constantly recurring demands for the enforcement of the decree Frequens. To meet this responsibility, successive popes, from Martin V to Leo X, issued reformatory decrees, the promulgation and non-observance of which only served as an acknowledgment of the evil and of the impossibility of its correction. At length, in 1511, the schismatic Council of Pisa, held by the disaffected cardinals under the auspices of Louis XII, forced the hand of Julius II, and to checkmate it, he issued a summons for a General Council to assemble in Rome, April 19, 1512, to resist the schism, to reform the morals of laity and clergy, to bring about peace between Christian princes, and to prosecute the war with the Turk. Not much was to be hoped of a council held in Rome under Papal presidency, but Europe took the project seriously. The instructions of the Spanish delegates ordered them to labour especially for the reformation of the Curia, for the chief objection of the infidels to Christianity arose from the public and execrable wickedness of Rome, for which the Pope was accountable. It was apparently to forestall action that, in March 1512, Julius appointed a commission of 8 cardinals to reform the Curia and its officials, and on March 30th he issued a bull reducing the heavy burden of fees and other exactions. The 5th Council of the Lateran assembled a little later than the time appointed, and its earlier sessions were devoted to obliterating the traces of the schism and attacking the pragmatic sanction of France. Julius died February 21st, 1513, and to his successor, Leo X, was transferred the management of the council. To him Gianfrancesco Pico addressed a memorial recapitulating the evils to be redressed. The worship of God, he said, was neglected, the churches were held by pimps and catamites, the nunneries were dens of prostitution, justice was a matter of hatred or favour, piety was lost in superstition, the priesthood was bought and sold, the revenues of the Church ministered only to the vilest excesses, and the people were repelled from religion by the example of their pastors. The Council made at least a show of attacking these evils. On May 3rd, 1514, it approved a papal decree which, if enforced, would have cured a small portion of the abuses. But all subsequent efforts were blocked by quarrels between the different classes to be reformed. The Council sat until March 1517, and the disappointment arising from its dissolution without accomplishing anything of the long desired reform, may well have contributed to the eagerness with which the Lutheran revolt was soon afterwards hailed. For thoughtful men everywhere must have been convinced that nothing short of revolution could put an end to corruption so inexpugnably established. It was the emphatic testimony of interested observers that the Roman Curia, in its immovable adherence to its evil ways, was the real cause of the uprising. The Papal Nuncio, Aleander, writing from the Diet of Worms in 1521, says that the priests are foremost in the revolt, not for Luther's sake, but because through him they can gratify their long cherished hatred of Rome. 9 Germans out of 10 are for Luther, and the 10th man longs for the destruction of the Roman Curia. Cardinal Albrecht of Mainz, about the same time, wrote to Pope Leo that it was rare to find a man who favoured the clergy, while a large portion of the priests were for Luther, and the majority were afraid to stand forth in support of the Roman Church, so deep was the hatred felt for the Curia and the Papal decrees. When Dr. Eck found that his disputatious zeal was a failure, he told Paul III that the heresy had arisen from the abuses of the Curia, that it had spread in consequence of the immorality of the clergy, and that it could only be checked by reform. Adrian VI, in his instructions for his legate at the Diet of Nuremberg in 1522, admitted the abominations habitual to the Holy See and promised their removal, but added that it would be a work of time, for the evil was too complex and too deeply rooted for a speedy cure. Meanwhile he demanded the execution of the papal sentence against Luther without awaiting the promised reform. But the German princes replied that this would simply cause rebellion, for the people would then despair of amendment. While thus the primary cause of the Reformation is to be sought in the all-pervading corruption of the Church and its oppressive exercise of its supernatural prerogatives, there were other factors conducing to the explosion. Sufficient provocation had long existed, and since the failure at Basel, no reasonable man could continue to anticipate relief from conciliar action. The shackles which for centuries had bound the human intellect had to be loosened before there could be a popular movement of volume sufficient to break with the traditions of the past and boldly tempt the dangers of a new and untried career for humanity. The old reverence for authority had to be weakened, the sense of intellectual independence had to be awakened, and the spirit of inquiry and of more or less scientific investigation had to be created, before pious and devout men could reach the root of the abuses which caused so much indignation, and could deny the authenticity of the apostolical deposit on which had been erected a venerable and imposing structure of scholastic theology and papal autocracy. It was the new learning and the humanistic movement which supplied the impulse necessary for this, and they found conditions singularly favourable for their work. The Church had triumphed so completely over her enemies that the engines of repression had been neglected and had grown rusty, while the Popes were so engrossed in their secular schemes and ambition that they had little thought to waste on the possible tendencies of the fashionable learning which they patronized. Thus there came an atmosphere of free thought, strangely at variance with the rigid dogmatism of the theologians, and even in theology there was a certain latitude of discussion permissible, for the Tridentine decrees had not yet formulated into articles of faith the results of the debates of the schoolmen since the 12th century. It is a remarkable proof of the prevailing laxity that Nicholas V commissioned Gianozzo Manetti to make a new translation of the Bible from the original Hebrew and Greek, thus showing that the Vulgate was regarded as insufficient, and that it enjoyed no such authority as that attributed to it at Trent. In view of this laxity, it is not surprising that in Italy the new learning assumed various fantastic shapes of belief. The cult of the genius of Rome by Pomponio Leto and his Academy, the Platonism of Marsilio Ficino, the practical denial of immortality by Pomponazzi, and the modified Averroism of Agostino Nifo. So long as the profits of the Curia or the authority of the Pope remained undisputed, there was little disposition to trouble the dreamers and speculators. Savonarola declares, with some rhetorical exaggeration, that culture had supplanted religion in the minds of those to whom the destinies of Christianity were confided, until they lost belief in God, celebrated feasts of the devil, and made a jest of the sacred mysteries. In the polite court circles of Leo X, we are told, a man was scarce accounted as cultured and well bred unless he cherished a certain amount of heretical opinion, and after Luther's doctrines had become rigidly defined, Melanchthon is said to have looked back with a sigh to the days before the Reformation as to a time when there was freedom of thought. It is true that there was occasional spasmodic repression. Pico della Mirandola, because of 13 heretical propositions among the 900 which he offered to defend in 1487, was obliged to fly to Spain and to make his peace by submission, but as a rule the Humanists were allowed to air their fancies in peace. When the disputations of the schools on the question of the future life became overbold and created scandal, the Lateran Council in 1513 forbade the teaching of Averroism and of the mortality of the soul, but it did so in terms which placed little restraint on philosophers which shielded themselves behind a perfunctory declaration of submission to the judgment of the Church. In the intellectual ferment at work throughout Europe, it was, however, impossible that many devout Christians should not be led to question details in the theology on which the schoolmen had erected the structure of sacerdotal supremacy. Gregor Heimburg was a layman who devoted his life to asserting the superiority of the secular power to the ecclesiastical, lending the aid of his learning and eloquence to the anti-papal side of all the controversies which raged from the time of the Council of Basel until he died in 1472, absolved at last from the excommunication which he had richly earned. In 1479 the errors of Pedro de Osma, a professor of Salamanca, were condemned by the Council of Alcalá. They consisted in denying the efficacy of indulgences, the divine origin and necessity of confession, and the infallibility and irresponsible autocracy of the Papacy. The same year witnessed the trial at Mainz, by the Cologne Inquisitor, of Johann Rucherath of Wesel, a professor in the University of Erfurt, and one of the most distinguished theologians of Germany. Erfurt was noted for its humanism and for its adherence to the doctrine of the superiority of councils over popes, and Johann Rucherath had been uttering his heretical opinions for many years without opposition. He would probably have been allowed to continue in peace until the end, but for the mortal quarrel between the Realists and the Nominalists, and the desire of the Dominican Thomists to silence a Nominalist leader. He rejected the authority of tradition and of the Fathers. He carried predestination to a point which stripped the Church of its power over salvation, and he even struck the word filioque from the creed. He was of course condemned and forced to recant, but the contemporary reporter of the trial apparently considers that his only serious error was the one concerning the procession of the Holy Ghost, and he cites various men of learning who held that most of the condemned articles could be maintained. More fortunate was Johann Wessel of Groningen, a prominent theological teacher, who entertained heretical notions as to confession, absolution, and purgatory, and denied that the Pope could grant indulgences, for God deals directly with men, doctrines as revolutionary as those of Luther, yet he was allowed to die peacefully in 1489, held in great honour by the community. Still more significant of the spiritual unrest of the period was a sorbonique, or thesis for the doctorate, presented to the University of Paris in 1485 by a priest named Jean Leyer, whose audacity reduced the hierarchy, including the Pope, to simple priesthood, and rejected confession, absolution, indulgences, fasting, the obligation of celibacy, and the authority of tradition. The extreme difficulty encountered in procuring the condemnation of these dangerous heresies, which finally required the intervention of Innocent VIII, is a noteworthy symptom of the time, and equally so is the fact that the Bishop of Meaux, selected by Innocent as one of the judges in the case, was at that moment under censure by the University for reviving the condemned doctrine of the insufficiency of the sacraments in polluted hands. In 1498 an Observantine friar named Jean Vitrier, in sermons at Tournai, went even further, and taught that it was a mortal sin to listen to the mass of a concubinary priest. He also rejected the intercession of saints, and asserted that pardons and indulgences were the offspring of hell, and the money paid for them was employed in the maintenance of brothels. The Tournai authorities were apparently powerless, and referred these utterances to the University of Paris, which extracted from them 16 heretical propositions, but it does not appear that the audacious preacher was punished. It was still more ominous of the future when men were found ready to endure martyrdom in denial of the highest mysteries of the faith, as when, in 1491, Jean Langlois, priest of Saint Crispin in Paris, while celebrating Mass, cast the consecrated elements on the floor and trampled on them, giving as a reason that the body and blood of Christ were not in them, and persisting in his error to the stake. Similar was the obstinacy of Aymon Picard in 1503, who at the feast of Saint Louis in the Sainte Chapelle snatched the host from the celebrant and dashed it on the floor, for he too refused to recant, and he was burnt. To what extent Humanism was responsible for these heresies it would not be easy now to determine, save in so far as it had stimulated the spirit of inquiry and destroyed the reverence for authority. These influences are plainly observable in the career of Jacques Lefebvre d'Étaples, the precursor of the Reformation in France, who commenced as a student of philosophy, and in 1492 visited Italy to sit at the feet of Marsilio Ficino, Ermolao Barbaro, Pico della Mirandola, and Angelo Poliziano, but who, when he turned to the study of Scripture, expressed the pious wish that the profane classical writings should be burned rather than be placed in the hands of youth. His commentary on the Pauline epistles, printed in 1512, was the first example of casting aside the scholastic exegesis for a treatment in which tradition was rejected, and the freedom of individual judgment was exercised as a matter of right. This led him to a number of conclusions which Luther only reached gradually in the disputations forced upon him in defence of his first step. But this protest against the established sacerdotalism brought no persecution on Lefebvre until the progress of the Reformation in Germany aroused the authorities to the danger lurking in such utterances, when the Sorbonne in 1521 had no difficulty in defining 25 heretical propositions in the commentaries. Proceedings were commenced against him, but he was saved by the favour of Francis I and Marguerite of Navarre. There were other humanists, less spiritual than Lefebvre, who exercised enormous influence in breaking down reverence for tradition and authority, and asserting the right of private judgment without giving in their adhesion to the Reformation. They had a narrow and a perilous path to tread. Willibald Pirkheimer was no Lutheran, but his name stood first on the list of these selected for excommunication by Eck, when he returned from Rome as the bearer of the portentous bull Ex Surge Domine. More fortunate was the foremost humanist Erasmus, whose unrivalled intellect rendered him a power to be courted by Pope and princes, though he was secretly held responsible as the primary cause of the revolt. In 1522 Adrian VI adjured him to come to the rescue of the bark of the Church, struggling in the tempest sent by God in consequence mainly of the sins of the clergy, and assured him that this was a province reserved to him by God. Yet in 1527 Edward Lee, then English ambassador to Spain and subsequently Archbishop of York, drew up a list of 21 heresies extracted from the writings of Erasmus, ranging from Arianism to the repudiation of indulgences, the veneration of saints, pilgrimages and relics. At this very moment, however, Erasmus, frightened at the violence of the reformers, was writing to Pirkheimer that he held the authority of the Church so high that at her bidding he would accept Arianism and Pelagianism, for the words of Christ were not of themselves sufficient for him. Luther himself had in some sort a humanistic pedigree. The Franciscan Paul Scriptoris, professor at Tübingen, learned in Greek and mathematics, used confidentially to predict that a reformation was at hand in which the Church would be forced to reject the scholastic theology and return to the simplicity of primitive belief. But when he permitted these views to find expression in his sermons, the chapter of his order took steps to discipline him, and he fled in 1502 to Italy, where he died. He was the teacher of Johann von Staupitz, Conrad Pelikan, and others subsequently prominent in the movement. Staupitz became the vicar of Luther's Augustinian order, and was warmly esteemed by the Elector Frederick of Saxony, so that he was enabled to afford to Luther efficient protection during the earlier years of the revolt. He was a humanist, strongly imbued with the views of the German mystics of the 14th century, and all mysticism is, in its essence, incompatible with sacerdotalism. In his Nachfolgung des Sterbens Jesu Christi, printed in 1515, he denied, like Erasmus, the efficacy of external observances, condemning the doctrine as a kind of Judaism. In 1516, at Nuremberg, he preached a series of sermons warning against reliance on confessions, for justification comes alone from the grace of God. These were greeted with immense applause. They were printed in both Latin and German, and a Sodalitas Staupitiana was organized, embracing many of the leading citizens, among whom Albrecht Dürer was numbered. The next year at Munich he inculcated the same doctrines with equal success, with equal success, and he embodied his views in the work Von der Liebe Gottes, dedicated to the Duchess Kunigunda of Bavaria, of which 4 editions were speedily exhausted, showing the receptivity of the popular mind for anti-sacerdotal teachings. It was some time before Luther advanced as far as Staupitz had already done, and then it was largely through the study of the 14th century mystics and Staupitz's work on the love of God. End of section 66. Section 67 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. Chapter 19. The Eve of the Reformation, by Henry Charles Lea. Part 4. There was no product of humanistic literature, however, which so aided in paving the way for the Reformation as the Narrenschiff, or Ship of Fools, the work of a layman, Sebastian Brandt, Chancellor (city clerk) of Strasbourg. Countless editions and numerous translations of this work, first printed at Basel in 1494, showed how exactly it responded to the popular tendencies, and how wide and lasting was its influence. One of the foremost preachers of the day, Geiler von Kaysenberg, used its several chapters or sections as texts for a series of sermons at Strasbourg in 1498, and the opinions of the poet lost none of their significance in the expositions of the preacher. The work forms a singularly instructive document for the intellectual and moral history of the period. Brandt satirises all the follies and weaknesses of man. Those of the clergy are of course included, and, though no special attention is devoted to them, the manner in which they are handled shows how completely the priesthood had forfeited popular respect. But the important feature of the work is the deep moral earnestness which pervades its jest and satire. Man is exhorted never to lose sight of his salvation, and the future life is represented as the goal to which his efforts are to be directed. With all this, the Church is never referred to as the means through which the pardon of sins and the grace of God are to be attained. Confession is alluded to in passing once or twice, but not the intercession of the Virgin and saints, and there is no intimation that the offices of the Church are essential. The lesson is taught that man deals directly with God and is responsible to Him alone. Most significant is the remark that many a Mass is celebrated which had better have been left unsung, for God does not accept a sacrifice sinfully offered in sin. Wisdom is the one thing for which man should strive, wisdom being obedience to God and a virtuous life, while the examples cited are almost exclusively drawn from classic paganism. Hercules, Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato, Penelope, Virgil, though the references to Scripture show adequate acquaintance with Holy Writ. As the embodiment of humanistic teaching through which Germany, unlike Italy, aspired to moral elevation as well as to classical training, the Narrenschiff holds the highest place alike for comprehensiveness and effectiveness. It is not to be supposed that these influences were allowed to develop without protest or opposition. The battle between humanism and obscurantism had been fought out in Italy in the middle of the 15th century in the strife between Lorenzo Valla and the mendicant friars, backed by the Inquisition. In Germany the struggle took place in the second decade of the 16th century over Reuchlin on the occasion of his protesting against Pfefferkorn's measures for the destruction of objectionable Hebrew books. It arrayed the opposing forces in internecine conflict, and all the culture of Europe was ranged on the side of the scholar who was threatened with prosecution by the Inquisition. The new learning recognized the danger to which it was exposed, and its disciples found themselves unconsciously organizing for self-defence and for attack. Religious dogma was not really involved, but the authority of the schools was at stake, and the power to silence by persecution an adversary who could not be overcome in argument. The bitterness on both sides was intense, and victory seemed to perch alternately on the opposing banners, but the quarrel virtually sank out of sight in the larger issues raised by the opening years of the Reformation. Technically the obscurantists triumphed, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, for the discussion had done its work, and incidentally it had given occasion for blighting ridicule of the trivialities of the schools and the stupid ignorance of the schoolmen in the Epistole Obscurorum Virorum, 1514, a production that largely contributed to the popular contempt in which the ancient system was beginning to be held. The whole of this movement had been rendered possible by the invention of printing, which facilitated so enormously the diffusion of intelligence, which enabled public opinion to form and express itself, and which, by bringing into communication minds of similar ways of thinking, afforded opportunity for combined action. When we are told that bibliographers enumerate 13 German versions of the Bible anterior to Luther's, and that repeated editions of these were called for, we can measure not only the religious earnestness of the people, but the degree in which it was stimulated by the process which brought the Scriptures within reach of the multitude. Cocceius complains that when Luther's translation of the New Testament appeared, in 1522, everyone sought it without distinction of age or station, and they speedily acquired such familiarity with it that they audaciously disputed with doctors of theology, and regarded it as the fountain of all truth. Tradition and scholastic dogma had under such circumstances small chance of reverence. When, therefore, on the 31st October, 1517, Luther's faithful theses were hung on the church door at Wittenberg, they were, as he tells us, known in a fortnight throughout Germany, and in a month they had reached Rome, and were being read in every school and convent in Europe, a result manifestly impossible without the aid of the printing press. The Reformers took full advantage of the opportunities which it afforded, and for the most part they had the sympathies of the printers themselves. The assertion of the Epistole Obscurorum Virorum, sed in domo Fromenii sunt multi pravi heretici, is doubtless true of all the great printing offices. It was a standing grievance with the Papalists that the printers eagerly printed and circulated everything on the Lutheran side, while the Catholics had difficulty in bringing their works before the public, and had to defray the cost themselves. But this is doubtless rather attributable to the fact that there was a steady demand for the one and not for the other. It had not taken the Church long to recognise the potential dangers of the printing press. In 1479 Sixtus IV empowered the University of Cologne to proceed with censures against the printers, purchasers, and readers of heretical books. In 1486 Berthold, Archbishop of Mainz, endeavoured to establish a crude censorship over translations into the vernacular. Alexander VI in 1501 took a more comprehensive step, reciting that many books and tracts were printed containing various errors and perverted doctrines, wherefore in future no book was to be printed without preliminary examination and licence, while all existing books were to be inspected, and those not approved were to be surrendered. The Fifth Lateran Council adopted, with but one dissenting voice, a decree laid out before it by Leo X, constituting the bishop and inquisitor of each diocese a board of censors of all books. Printers disregarding their commands were visited with excommunication, suspension from business, and a fine of 100 ducats applicable to the fabric of St. Peter's. In obedience to this, Cardinal Albrecht of Mainz, in 1517, appointed his vicar, Paul, Bishop of Ascalon, and Dr. Jodocus Trudvetter as inquisitors and censors of the press. These measures, which were the precursor of the Index, were in vain. When in 1521 Charles V, in the Edict of Worms, ordered all Luther's books to be surrendered and burned, Cocceius tells us that they were only the more eagerly sought for, and brought better prices. The dissemination of the Scriptures and the propagation of the anti-sacerdotal views of the Humanists naturally led to questioning the conclusions of scholastic theology, and to increased impatience of the papal autocracy, these being regarded as the source of the evils so generally and so grievously felt. The new teachings found a wide and receptive audience, fully prepared to carry them to their ultimate conclusions, in the numberless associations, partly literary and artistic, partly religious, which existed throughout the Teutonic lands. In the Netherlands there were everywhere to be found chambers of rhetoric, exercising a powerful influence on public opinion, and these had long been hostile to the clergy, whose vices were a favourite subject of their ballads and rondels, their moralities and farces. Less popular, but still dangerously influential, were the so-called academies which sprang up all over Germany with the revival of learning, and which cherished tendencies adverse to the dogmas of the Church and to her practical use of those dogmas. In 1520 Alexander includes among the worst enemies of the Papacy the grumbling race of grammarians and poets which swarmed everywhere throughout the land. There were also numerous more or less secret societies and associations entertaining various opinions, but all heretical to a greater or less degree. These were partly the representatives of mysticism which, since the days of Master Eckhart and Tauler, had never ceased to flourish in Germany. Partly they were the survivors of the Waldensianism, so pitilessly persecuted yet never suppressed. Zwingli, Ecolampadius, Bucer, and other leaders of the reform had received their early impressions in these associations, and the sudden outburst of Anabaptism shows how numerous were the dissidents from Rome who were not prepared to accept the limitations of the Lutheran creed. The Anabaptists, moreover, were but a portion of these evangelicals, as they styled themselves, for adult baptism was not a feature of their original tenets, and when it was adopted as a doctrine it led to a division in their ranks. The influence of art as well as of literature in stimulating opposition to Rome is seen in the number of artists belonging to the evangelical bodies. When in 1524 the Lutherans, under the lead of Osiander, obtained control in Nuremberg, the heretics whom they arrested included Georg Pench, Bartel and Sebald Boehm, Ludwig Krug, and others. By Luther, as well as by Rome, Albrecht Dürer was accounted a heretic. The combination of all these factors rendered an explosion inevitable, and Germany was predestined to be its scene. The ground was better prepared for it there than elsewhere, by the deeper moral and religious earnestness of the people and by the tendencies of the academies and associations with which society was honeycombed. In obedience to these influences the humanistic movement had not been pagan and atheistic as in Italy, but had addressed itself to the higher emotions, and had sought to train the conscience of the individual to recognise his direct responsibility to God and to his fellows. But more potent than all this were the forces arising from the political system of Germany and its relations with the Holy See. The Teutonic spirit of independence had early found expression in the Sachsenspiegel and Sächsische Weichsbild, the laws and customs of northern Germany, which were resolutely maintained in spite of repeated papal condemnation. Thus not only did the Church inspire there less awe than elsewhere in Europe, but throughout the Middle Ages there had been special causes of antagonism actively at work. If Italy had suffered bitterly from the Tedeschi, Germany had no less reason to hate the Papacy. The fatal curse of the so-called Holy Roman Empire hung over both lands. It gave the Emperor a valid right to the suzerainty of the Peninsula. It gave the Papacy a traditional claim to confirm at its discretion the election of an Emperor. Conflicting and incompatible pretensions rendered impossible a permanent truce between the representatives of Charlemagne and St. Peter. Since the age of Gregory XVII, the consistent policy of Rome had been to cripple the Empire by fomenting internal dissension and rendering impossible the evolution of a strong and centralized government such as elsewhere in Europe was gradually overcoming the centrifugal forces of feudalism. This policy had been successful, and Germany had become a mere geographical expression, a congeries of sovereign princes, petty and great, owing allegiance to an emperor, whose dignity was scarce more than a primacy of honour, and whose actual power was to be measured by that of his ancestral territories. The result of this was that Germany lay exposed defenceless to the rapacity and oppression of the Roman Curia. Its multitudinous sovereigns had vindicated their independence at the cost of depriving themselves of the strength to be derived from centralized unions. Germany was the ordinary resource of a Pope in financial straits. Through the exaction of a tithe, the raising of the annates, or the issue in unstinted volume of the treasure of the merits of Christ, in the form of an unremitting stream of indulgences, which sucked up, as with a sponge, the savings of the people. nor could any steady opposition be offered to the absorption of the ecclesiastical patronage by the Curia, through which benefices were sold or bestowed on the Cardinals or their creatures, and no limits could be set on appeals to the Holy See, which enlarged its jurisdiction and impoverished pleaders by involving them in interminable and ruinous litigation in the venal Roman courts. It was in vain that in 1438 the Roman King Albert II endeavoured to emulate Charles VII of France by proclaiming a pragmatic sanction, defining the limits of Papal authority. He died the next year, and was followed by the feeble Frederick III, during whose long reign of 53 years the imperial authority was reduced to a shadow. It was probably to procure a promise of Papal coronation that, in 1448, he agreed to a concordat, under which the reservation of benefices to the Pope, as made by John XXII and Benedict XII, was assured. The election of bishops was subjected to Papal confirmation with the privilege of substituting a better candidate by advice of the Sacred College. Canonries and other benefices falling vacant during the 6 uneven months were conceded to the Pope, and a promise was made that the annates should be moderate and be payable in instalments during 2 years. This was a triumph of Italian diplomacy, for the Leaven of Basel was still working in Germany, and the Basilian anti-pope Felix V was endeavouring to secure recognition. But Aeneas Sylvius notified Nicholas V that this was only a truce, not a permanent peace, and that the utmost skill would be required to avert a rupture, for there were dangerous times ahead, and currents under the surface that would call for careful piloting. Advantageous as the Concordat was to Rome, the Curia could not be restrained to its observance, and in 1455 the 3 spiritual electors of Mainz, Trier, and Cologne united in complaints of its violation. With other bishops and princes of the Empire they bound themselves to resist a tithe demanded by Calixtus III, and to send his pardoners back across the Alps with empty purses. They agitated for the enforcement of the canons of Constance and Basel, and urged Frederick III to proclaim a pragmatic sanction. Various assemblies were held during the next 2 years to promote these objects, and in 1457 Dr. Martin Meyer, Chancellor of the Archbishop of Mainz, in a letter to Aeneas Sylvius, bitterly complained of the Papal exactions, whereby Germany was drained of its gold, and that nation which by its valour had won the Roman Empire and had been the mistress of the world was reduced to want and servitude, to grief and squalor. Calixtus met the German complaints with a serene consciousness of the weakness of his adversaries. To the prelates he wrote threatening them with punishment, spiritual and temporal. To Frederick he admitted that mistakes might have been made in the pressure of business, but there had been no intentional violation of the Concordat. It was true that the Holy See was supreme, and was not to be fettered by the terms of any agreement, but still, out of liberality and love of peace and affection for the person of the Emperor, the compact should be observed. No one must dare to oppose the Roman Church. If Germany thought it had reason to complain, it could appeal to him. The result corresponded to the expectations of Calixtus. The Confederates suspected their leader, Archbishop Dietrich of Mainz, of desiring to sell them, and after some further agitation, in 1458, the movement fell to pieces. It was promptly followed by another, of even more dangerous aspect. Dietrich of Mainz died, May 6, 1459, and was succeeded by Dieter von Isenburg. Pius II, then Aeneas Sylvius, had negotiated the Concordat of 1448, which stipulated that annates should be moderate, and be payable by instalments. Yet he refused to confirm Dieter except on condition that he would satisfy the demands of the Camera for his annates. Dieter's envoys agreed, and the cost of the confirmation was fixed at 20,550 gulden, to be advanced on the spot by Roman bankers. These accordingly paid the shares of the Pope, the Cardinals, and the lower officials, taking from them receipts which bore that they would refund the money in case Dieter failed to meet the obligations given by his agents. He claimed that the amount was largely in excess of all precedent, repudiated the agreement, and disregarded the consequent excommunication. The result of this scandalous transaction was a series of disturbances which kept Germany in turmoil for 3 years. Leagues were formed to replace Frederick III by George Podjebrat, and to adopt as the laws of the land the Basilian canons, one of which abrogated the Annates. Gregor Heimburg was sent to France to arrange for common action against the Holy See, and there seemed to be a prospect that Germany at last might assert its independence of the Curia. But the Papal agents, with profuse promises, detached one member of the alliance after another, and finally Dieter was left alone. He offered submission, but Pius secretly sent to Adolf of Nassau, one of the canons of Mainz, a brief appointing him Archbishop and removing Dieter. This led to a bloody war between the rivals, until, in October 1463, they reached a compromise, Adolf retaining the title and conceding to Dieter a portion of the territory. Thus the Papacy triumphed through its habitual policy of dividing and conquering. There could be no successful resistance to oppression by alliances in which every member felt that he might at any moment be abandoned by his allies. Yet this fruitless contest has special interest in the fact that Dieter issued, May 30, 1462, a manifesto calling upon all German princes to take to heart the example of injustice and oppression of which they might be the next victims. And this manifesto, we are told, was printed by Gutenberg, an omen of the aid which the new art was to render in the struggle with Rome. Even more bitter was the conflict, lasting from 1457 to 1464, between Sigismund, Duke of Tyrol, and Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, as Bishop of Brixen, arising from his praiseworthy attempt to reform his clergy. In this struggle Sigismund had the support of both clergy and people, and was able to disregard the interdicts freely launched upon the land, as well as to resist the Swiss whom Pius II induced to take up arms against him. He held out bravely, and the matter was finally settled by an agreement in which he asked for pardon and absolution, thus saving the honour of the Holy See. If this was a drawn battle between the secular power and the Church, it did not lessen the effect of the triumphs which the Curia had won in the contests with the great Archbishop of Mainz. Unsuccessful resistance leads to fresh aggression, and it is not to be supposed that Rome failed to make the most of her victories over the German Church. At the great assembly of the clergy at Coblenz in 1479 there were countless complaints of the Holy See, chiefly directed against its violations of the Concordat, its unlawful taxation, the privileges granted to the mendicant orders, and the numerous exemptions. It was doubtless this demonstration that led, in 1480, to the negotiation of an agreement between Sixtus IV and the Emperor Frederick, in which the latter was pledged to keep Germany obedient to the Pope, while the Pope was to sustain the Emperor with the free use of censures. This meant encouragement to fresh aggressions, and the indignation of the clergy found expression in the grievances presented, in 1510, to the Emperor-elect Maximilian. They asserted, with scant ceremony, that the Papacy could be restrained by no agreements or conventions, seeing that it granted, for the benefit of the vilest persons, dispensations, suspensions, revocations, and other devices for nullifying its promises and evading its wholesome regulations. The elections of prelates were set aside. The right of choosing provosts, which many chapters had purchased with heavy payments, was disregarded. The greater benefices and dignities were bestowed on the cardinals and protonotaries of the Curia. Expectatives were granted without number, giving rise to ruinous litigation. Annates were exacted promptly and mercilessly, and sometimes more was extorted than was due. The cure of souls was committed by Rome to those fitted rather to take charge of mules than of men. In order to raise money new indulgences were issued, with suspension of the old, the laity being thus made to murmur against the clergy. Tithes were exacted under the pretext of war against the Turks, yet no expeditions were sent forth, and cases which should be tried at home were carried without distinction to Rome. Maximilian was seriously considering a plan for releasing Germany from the yoke of the Curia, and for preventing the transfer to Rome of the large sums which Julius II was employing to his special detriment. He thought of the withdrawal of the Annates and of the appointment of a permanent legate, who should be a German and exercise a general jurisdiction. But Jacob Wimpeling, who was consulted by the Emperor elect, while expressing himself vigorously as to the suffering of Germany from the Curia, thought it wiser to endure in the hope of amendment rather than to risk a schism. Amendment, however, in obedience to any internal dispute, was out of the question. The Lateran Council met, deliberated, and dissolved, without offering to the most sanguine the slightest rational expectations of the relief. The only resource lay in revolution, and Germany was ready for the signal. In 1521 the Nuncio Aleander writes that 5 years before he had mentioned to Pope Leo his dread of a German uprising. He had heard from many Germans that they were only waiting for some fool to open his mouth against Rome. If Germany was thus the predestined scene of the outbreak, it was also the land in which the chances of success were the greatest. The very political condition which baffled all attempts at self-protection likewise barred the way to the suppression of the movement. A single prince, like the Elector Frederick of Saxony, could protect it in its infancy. As the revolt made progress, other princes could join it, whether moved by religious considerations, or by way of maintaining the allegiance of their subjects, or in order to seize the temporalities and pious foundations, or, like Albrecht of Brandenburg, to found a principality and a dynasty. We need not here inquire too closely into the motives of which the League of Schmalkalden was the outcome, and may content ourselves with pointing to the fact that even Charles V was, in spite of the victory of Mühlberg, powerless to restore the imperial supremacy or to impose his will on the Protestant states. The progress of the Reformation, and still more so that of the Counter-Reformation, lie outside the limits of the present chapter, but it may be concluded by a few words suggesting why the abuses, which in the 16th century could only be cured by rending the Church in twain, have to so large an extent disappeared since the Reformation, leading many enthusiasts to feel regret that the venerable ecclesiastical structure was not purified from within, that reform was not adopted in place of schism. The abuses under which Christendom groaned were too inveterate, too firmly entrenched, and too profitable to be removed by any but the sternest and sharpest remedies. The task was too great even for papal omnipotence. The attempt of Adrian VI had broken down. In 1555 the future Cardinal Seripando, in announcing to the Bishop of Fiesole the death of Marcellus II, who in his short pontificate of 22 days had manifested a resolute determination to correct abuses, says that perhaps God, in thus bringing reform so near and then destroying all hope of it, had wished to show that it is not to be the work of human hands, and is not to come in the way expected by us, but in some way that we have not been able to conjecture. In truth, the slow operation was required of causes for the most part external. So long as the Roman Church held the monopoly of salvation, it inevitably followed the practice of all monopolies, in exacting all that the market would yield, in obtaining the maximum of power and wealth. When Northern Europe had definitely seceded, and a large proportion of the rest of the continent was trembling in the balance, when what was lost could not be regained, and a strenuous effort was required to save the remainder, the Church at length recognised that she stood face to face with a permanent competitor, whose rivalry could only be met by her casting off the burdens that impeded her in the struggle. To this the Council of Trent contributed something, and the stern purpose of Pius V, followed at intervals by other pontiffs, still more. The permanent supremacy of Spain in Italy checked the aspirations of the Holy See towards enlarging its temporal dominions. The chief source of cause of advance, however, is the action of the secular princes, who sustained the cause of the Church during a century of religious wars. The Reformation had emancipated their power as well as the spirit of Protestantism. If the Church required their support, she must yield to their exigencies. She could no longer claim to decide peremptorily and without appeal as to the boundary line between the spiritual and the temporal authority in the dominions of each of them, and she could no longer shield her criminals from their justice. Together with the progress of the Reformation, a phase of absolute monarchy had developed itself through which the European nations passed, and the enforcement of the regalia put an end to a large part of the grievances which caused the Church of the 15th century to be so fiercely hated. Whether or not the populations were benefited by the change of masters, the Church was no longer responsible, and for the loss of her temporal authority and the final secularization of her temporalities, she has found recompense tenfold in the renewed vigour of her spiritual vitality. End of Section 67. End of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 1, The Renaissance.